Well, it's 7, so let's go. Alright, let's move this down a little bit. That's what I'm working on. I should figure out how to make it so I can see what scene I'm going to be transitioning to instead of just the one that I'm on. I'm just finishing up taking some things out of some molds that I poured last night. I tried doing something that had like some different colored metal foil and some iridescent flakes and some like flowers. I always like working with flowers. I feel like they always turn out pretty. D6 up and putting my molds away. We're going to be pulling some of these molds back out because we're going to need them for the dice we're going to make tonight. But let me finish unmolding these first. I totally put way too much of the black pigment in these. They turned out okay, but I could have put way less and they would have been fine. It's my bad. Oh well though. That goes there. I have all of my molds stacked by type over off to the side here. I finally did some rearranging in here. I kind of had a little bit of, I mean, it's still a mess. I'm not going to show you the table next to me, it's still a mess, but I had like all of my resin supplies like over there all the way against like a wall, and I could like barely reach it. And so now I've moved everything within arm's reach, and it's so nice. I can put things away so much easier. I don't have, you know, all of my pigments just scattered around my workspace. We will probably get a short visit from my brother at some point here, because he went out to get food. I think he's going to bring me food, which is very nice of him. He didn't have to. Let's get some of that off of there. I should sort through some of these. I tend to retire my molds after they start getting a little scratched up, but they hold up for quite a while. I did just put a D8 mold off into the scrap silicone bin because I realized it was getting kind of scratched up, but it's been around for a while now, so I'm not complaining. I am planning on making more molds on Monday. It's one of my, I tend to make molds every other week. That's kind of my schedule at this point. You know, make molds on Monday and Tuesday one week, and then make dice on Monday and Tuesday the next week. Works out pretty well because I don't, you know, need to make new molds all that often. But I do want to get through all of the silicone that I have because it does have a shelf life. So it's gonna, you know, my silicone's gonna hold up a lot better in this form than it is in the two parts. So I'd like to get all that used. And it's, you know, you might as well have a bunch of molds. It's not gonna hurt anything to have a bunch of molds. They're just kind of, I don't know. I find them kind of tedious to make. It's funny because I was talking with a different dice maker that streams on here, and she was saying that she finds sanding really, really tedious. And I'm like, sanding's not bad. I don't mind it. It takes a lot of time, but you know, I can just put on a YouTube video and I don't even have to think about anything. You know, it's a little repetitive and all that. But she really enjoys making molds, whereas I find mold making really kind of tedious. It's kind of funny. It's not bad though. Maybe I'll do another stream making molds, or do a video at some point. I'm talking about doing YouTube videos. I just need to figure out how to get video files. I don't know, there's a couple reasons I haven't made videos. Editing being one. The main hold up at the moment is figuring out how to get video files from whatever I'm using to record to my computer. But I suppose, hello! How are you doing? I suppose if I record here, it doesn't really matter, but I don't know. I think I'd like something a little closer. I feel like that would, yes. I don't know, I feel like that'd be kind of nice. How are you doing? Hello. Alright. Well, tell Jen hi. I hope the work goes well. Also, hello, Kit Kat, Kit Kat, CNN. Wow, I can't say your, oh wow. Kit Kat CNN. There's a lot of k sounds in that. I'm good. Running a little bit late tonight, but that's mostly because I got distracted unmolding things. And then was watching YouTube videos and unmolding things, and I'm just like, oh, I'm streaming in 2 minutes. Whoops. But you know, I'm getting this done, and then we'll move on to making some dice. Up. All right. So yeah, these were all things that I made last night, and it kind of worked out. I was like, you know, I'm gonna make a set of matte black dice, and obviously these are not matte yet. It's actually more work to make a set of dice that are matte than it is to make a set of dice that are shiny, which is kind of funny. All right, sort of. But then I had a bunch of extra black left over, so I made an extra D6, which is I'm just going to use for the matte D6 for your set. Makes it easy. Alright, so I've got this set. These ones didn't turn out as interesting as I would have liked. I was going for kind of an opal look, but I think maybe, you know, I could have put something else in there, oops, to make them a little bit more exciting than just white with a little bit of iridescent foil, but I went for kind of simple ones last night, which was fine. Let me set these over here. My stack of things that need to cure a little bit, and then we'll sand. Yeah, I mean, I will paint in the numbers. I have to let them cure and polish them and everything before I can do that. The last set, I'm actually pretty happy with these. I like working with florals. So the majority of them, it's all flower petals, and we'll see if it'll focus. Flower petals, iridescent foil, and then like copper and gold foil in there. Ugh. Never wants to find it. There we go. All those all these like flower petals, and then the D20 has, oops, wrong direction, a full flower, which is just something that I've done this before, and it's just kind of fun. I feel like put a full flower in the D20 and then all the flower petals in the other ones. But I feel like the colors on these turned out nice. All right, let me put this away. But yes, filling in the numbers, I think will help a lot. Kit Kat. Kit Kat. Kit Kats. But you know, maybe a gold or something. But I know I said those are boring, but those are very similar to the set that I made for my brother. My brother's set of dice. So I started out asking, you know, friends, family, D&D buddies, like, hey, I'm making dice. What's your dream set of dice? And my brother had really kind of no idea, because my brother has collected dice for a long time. But at one point, just as a test, I put some of the iridescent flakes just in some clear resin. And he's like, ooh, that's what I want. So the dice that I made for my brother are it's literally just, you know, these iridescent flakes in clear resin. They look kind of icy, but they're, you know, they were very simple to make. Let me get some of this resin out of here. Maybe I'll get this resin out of here. So for tonight, I got a couple of commissions to work on, one of which is Oculus's. That one didn't turn out. Unfortunate. Those two did. I do actually like, so when I have extra, I've been throwing it into like extra molds. And so I had extra black, and I had extra some of the stuff from the the florals. So I actually really like how the florals look with the black. That looks kind of cool. Looks kind of cool with the black. This one might not actually go in here. That one might go into my single D20s that I'm going to polish up because I like that one. And then, unfortunately, this extra D8 that I made, black D8, did not turn out. It has a big void in it, which happens. So it's going to go in my dice that didn't make it box, but that I might be able to use for jewelry or something. Yeah, this box is kind of an interesting box, I suppose. It's just kind of got, yeah, things that bubbled weird or that have big air bubbles in them. But these are, these are all still, look at that one. These are ones that I'm like, might be able to turn it into some jewelry or something. Some of them ones I just didn't finish, so it's only half of a die. Or the face was raised too much. After a brave little rhomboid prism. Yeah, basically. Alright, so let me see here. Oh. I have some notes for what we're going to be putting together. So I've got my D6, which we're going to turn matte, which to do that I just sand all of the sides until it's at a point where it's, you want it to be shiny enough that it appears dark, because when you sand it, it'll make it so that it's, well, here, I'll just show you. Oh, actually, no, I probably shouldn't show you. This needs to sit a little bit longer. But when sanding like a dark color, when you first sand it, it makes it so it's like lighter colored. Hi, Shauna. But yeah, it makes it so it's lighter colored. So then you want to then polish it to the point where it's still not shiny, but where it's no longer been, kind of to that, it's no longer lightened like it was. So it's kind of a balancing act a little bit. But the reason that matte dice take longer is because I have to sand all of the sides. I'm good. How are you? I feel like it's been a while. Just getting some stuff ready, and then I'll be pulling out some molds and things. I guess we might be able to make actually a couple of other sets of dice, which I haven't really thought about. So I have my planner here. I wrote down some notes. The first die that I'm going to be making, school is busy. Oh, I bet, yeah. School is always busy. Are you still having fun making shirts? Turn this around so you can see my fun mug. It's a little maybe late in the season for my Christmas mug, but so I got a request for a single D20. Can't stay too long, got schoolwork to do. Yeah, no worries. Glad you stopped by though. It's good to hear from you. These smell terrible, by the way. But I had someone request a single D20, and what they wanted was, I made a set of dice fairly recently that were bee themed, and they wanted a D20 that has a bee in it. Ooh, car decals would be really cool. That'd be cool if you started making car decals. I mean, same sort of equipment, so that would make sense. And so they also wanted a die with a bee in it, but I didn't have any other bees. I literally just had the one bee. You may procrastinate again. I can't talk. I also love bees, but I didn't have any. The one bee that I had to make the set of dice that was bee themed, that had a bee in the D20, I had found that bee like dead on the sidewalk. It was the only one I had. So I went on Etsy and I ordered some bees, and I ordered the smallest amount this person had, and they had good ratings and stuff. And I ended up with a Tupperware container of bees. I'm like, oh dear, this is, yeah, I'm gonna be able to make a lot of dice with this cup of bees. So we're gonna be working on making a D20 that has a bee in it. That's one of the things. I'm gonna put this lid back on though, because these do really smell kind of terrible. They smell like fish food. That was what my brother decided. They smell like fish food. And then the other commissions that we're gonna be working on is a set of D6s, but except that a couple of them are actually D8s. I've got the matte black one that's not matte yet. Still need to do that. But the other D6s, so black swirl and clear resin with gold foil. So that's going to be kind of a smoky one. I probably want, the D6 to be facing downwards so the smoke looks like it's rising. So we'll do this because we'll put the darker color in the top here. There's the D6, and then that's going to have black and maybe blue butterfly glitter. So I have black and I have like dark blue butterfly glitter, and then probably this black. I'm not positive. Might go for the other black. I'll look at those colors in a moment. And then let's see, a D6 with a black peachery and small white flowers. Again, probably D6 down. I usually like to do peacheries where like the highest number, it looks like it's kind of rising into the highest number. And we will actually, yeah, we'll use this black for this because we're going to use this black for this because I need the alcohol inks for the peachery. And we'll need white as well. And then small white flowers for that. Let's see what we've got. I'll pull out my container of flowers here. I think I have some. If not, maybe we'll hold off on that one for now. This is my box of things that I've collected or that I've dried myself. I guess I have collected all of these. But there's bugs in here. There's plants in here. So, small white flowers. I don't have any baby's breath. I need to go get some, which is one of the things mentioned. But let's see what I've got. And since you're in the chat beta, I can show you some options, which works out. So I've got. When we could probably, I don't know about these, but these might be a little bit, I don't know, oops. I don't know if there's enough flour there for these, but, oh, that spread's not bad. There's not actually a ton of flowers here. There's those. That's an option. If we want to go for like a single flower, I do have these. They've got kind of a little bit of yellow to them, but they're flowers. Wow, it doesn't want to focus on these. It never wants to. Ugh. There we go. We've got these. And I can always get some baby's breath too. That is an option. I mean, or if we want to go for something that has a little bit of color, we can as well. That's, I have stuff like this that has kind of a blue tint to it. Something like that. Let me look in my other container of flowers, the ones that I didn't collect, that I bought. Let me see if there's any white in there. There might be, but I don't know if there's any small ones. We may end up not doing this one tonight, so I can get the materials that I need. Okay, I'm gonna look here. Oh, there's some white flowers, but they're big. Yeah, see, I have some white flowers, but they're kind of big. Oh, what's the? I'm trying to think of Queen Anne's lace versus baby's breath now. Now I have to Google things. Maybe I'm thinking of Queen Anne's breath, even though I'm saying or Queen Anne's lace, even though I'm saying baby's breath. I got Google. Queen That's kind. Oh, okay. Okay. I think maybe we'll hold off on this one for now. I don't have any flowers that are quite right, but I'll take a look and see if I can find some. See if I can find some. So we're gonna hold off on this one for now, which is fine. I'll leave that up to you, Beta. Would you rather I wait a little? Like, I'm cool with doing this later. Like finding the material and doing it later. Or, I can do it now without. So, you know, if you do want the flowers in there, I'm happy to, you know, just go find them. I can probably get something like that at just a grocery store or something. In the flower department, something like that. So we may or may not do this set. Blue fire. And we want like a nice blue. So probably not that one. That one's a little bit, I don't know. I'll show you the blue we're going to use. Here's the blue we're going to use. We want a good blue. And that's a good blue. That sounds weird saying that over and over again. So that's going to be that, and then we might grab maybe some micas of some sort. Probably that one. That one's a good kind of blue to match. Or we might end up doing maybe some other mica a little bit. I don't know. I'm not, sorry, that's loud. Not quite sure on that one yet. The goal is to make it look kind of like fire a little bit, and with a nice like blue fire. So we've got colors, but we'll have to figure out what else we're going to put with it to make it look fiery. So we've got this and this, maybe that one. This one, I'm going to want another. Yeah, I'm going to want another down, I think. All right, and then we're going to do 2 D8s. The first, they're both going to be, okay, they're both going to be dirty pours. I think we're going to do it with the highest number up on these. And the reason that I do that is because, here, I'll show you actually. I just sanded some dirty pour. Some dice with the dirty pour. Let me grab here. This one's a good example. So here's a dirty pour that I did that has like teal and pink and stuff in it. There's the lowest side. It looks more blue there, but it's very teal. The side that's up is the one that usually ends up maybe different from the rest of the die. And I feel like if you're going to have one side that's different from the rest of the die, it should be the highest face. But maybe that's just me. Just the Petri for now. Oh, okay, yeah. We can do just the Petri for now, and then maybe something with Queen Anne's lace in the future. I mean, we can also try it and see how it looks, and then if we're like, it look better with flowers, I can go find them and do something else. All right, cool. And you want gold foil with that one? One of these had gold foil, and I don't think... Well, this one mentioned gold foil. That one also mentioned gold foil. Okay. I'll put these away. Alright, and then like I said, 2D8, and they're both going to be kind of monochromatic dirty pours. So a dirty pour is where you put everything in the cup, all of the pigments in the same cup, and then you pour that in. You don't mix them up or anything, and then they kind of swirl inside of the mold. And we want them to be, similar. They're both going to be, black and white. But they're going to be a little bit different too. So the first one is going to have the black butterflies as well. And then a little bit of shimmer. There's a little bit of shimmer, and I think the ones with the foil are the kind of smoky ones. Second dirty pour, optionally. Yes, 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 yes. It might be nice in the Petri. It kind of match Bosun's dice, actually. I don't know. I feel I'm a sucker for gold foil though, so you know. I think, yeah, I'm a sucker for gold foil. The first one, we're thinking a little bit of shimmer with the black butterflies, and we're kind of do it like a set that I did that's in my shop at the moment. That's like kind of stone-like. And since we're not gonna we don't necessarily want the gold in there, but we do want the monochromatic. I'm thinking, well, there's a couple options. I was thinking of using just a little bit of like gunmetal gray shimmer. That's my thought. Just a little bit. And then the second one, we're talking darker. Okay, here, I have an idea. How do you feel? Here's the question. Is a zebra white with black stripes or black with white stripes? Here's my thought. So the way that I was planning to do this dirty pour is I was planning to make like black resin and then putting a drop of white alcohol ink on top. And that means that when I pour in, it will be kind of dark with like a lighter color in striations. Whereas if I make the resin white and then I put a black on top, it's probably going to be the lighter color with the darker color kind of in striations on top. So we could do one with black resin with white alcohol ink and one with black resin with white, did I just say that twice? Black resin, white alcohol ink, and then white resin, black alcohol ink. And then also, the way I've done this before is I have a gold alcohol ink as well. The ones with the foil, the kind of smoky ones, secondary optionally. Oh, that's what I already read. So, the first one, not really going to have much gold in there. I want it to be slightly lighter colored. Like, oh, I'm just thinking. I guess it doesn't matter too much. I'm trying to think whether it will end up lighter colored if I make the resin white and the alcohol ink black, or if I make the resin black and the alcohol ink white. I'm not sure. And the reason I'm not sure is because the alcohol ink usually ends up on the outside, which can, you know, I've made some very, very colorful dice this way with black as the color of the resin, but the colors are very, very bright because they were alcohol inks and they ended up on the outside of the mold. But alternatively, if I do black and then I put white in it, it might just end up with white stripes. I think let's try this with black resin and white alcohol ink. I'm gonna try both. We're gonna do, oh wait. Yeah, so we'll do, man, I almost need to write this down. I have a piece of paper. I need a piece of paper. Just so that I can write down what all I'm doing here. I have a list, but I don't know what each one that I have needs. Ah. All right. Five. Oh, oh well, those are not the same size, but that's fine. Okay. You like the sound of dark stripes personally, kind of like what the faux stone set had, or is that white stripes? See, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to remember now. Did I do white with black on top? Let me find a photo of those. I might be able to tell from a photo. They themselves are upstairs. It's not really complicated, but I'm just trying to remember. It sounds more complicated than it is, to be honest. Okay, so here's the ones that we're talking about. Here is the faux stone set. If it'll focus. It never likes to focus. Come on. There we go. So there's the faux stone set. They look very bright there. And I think this looks like a white or a gray with black alcohol ink, I think. Yeah, I'd say this is probably white with black alcohol ink and gold alcohol ink. So that one. And were you thinking this for the more kind of, for the darker one or the lighter one? I think, I have to physically restrain yourself from buying those on the spot. Okay. I think, so I'm gonna make a note here. White resin, black ink, and then black resin, white ink. And I think that we're gonna want white resin. Okay. So were you thinking this sort of thing as the lighter set or the darker set? Were you thinking of this being which end of the spectrum were you thinking for these, or are these in the middle? I guess that's kind of where I'm at. I'm wondering whether we were talking about doing one set that's slightly lighter and one set that's a little bit darker. And I'm wondering whether you consider these lighter or darker. These were lighter, I think, right? I actually think if I do black resin with white ink, it's going to end up lighter than if I do white resin with black ink. I think this is going to be darker. Lighter. So we want the darker one to be the one with gold. Okay. Kind of in the middle. We'll see what happens. All right, put that back over there. Okay. Those are going to be a little bit darker. Black resin, white ink. I think will actually be lighter. And I think we'll do what if in this one, instead of doing kind of a gunmetal silver, which will darken things up probably a little bit, what if I did this white to gold? And it'll kind of match the gold a little bit, but it'll be very, very subtle. And you can't even see it there, but it shimmers like gold, kind of a very light gold color. Let's maybe do that. It won't be super noticeable. Noticeable. Did I say noticeable? Noticeable. Black resin, white ink. Gold mica. Just a little bit. A little bit of that. Okay. I'm gonna line these up. I need my notes here, or I'll forget. Okay, so that's gonna go over there, and that's one of the D8s. The other D8 is gonna be white resin, black ink, gold ink, which is gonna end up kind of similar to. That might end up kind of similar to those ones there. So we could do, I mean, those I could add a little bit of the gunmetal maybe. Or do I have, I don't really have a black, I'm going back to my color tip. You guys get to sit in on the design process of making dice. I guess that's what this is all about. But yeah, I don't really have a shimmery black. Here's the silver. It might be a little bit light actually. I could do, I'm just thinking about darkening it up a little bit, because the picture I showed of like this kind of faux stone dice is a little bit light for what we're talking, but we still want, you know, the black and the white in there. We want it a little bit darker though. So I'm wondering, I'm just thinking on if I should add a little bit of something in the resin itself. Like I was talking about doing here, I was going to make a little tiny bit of resin that has this and then put this in. I don't know. Because I could do a little tiny bit of resin that's black in there, but I don't know if that would end up too black. I don't know. Let's just do it like I did those stone ones. The thing with dirty pours is you never quite know what you're gonna get. Like it can vary greatly. Just how you pour and where you put the stuff into the cup to pour, it can change things completely. I had sets of, I had 2 different sets that I did that were dirty pours, and I did them exactly the same. It was a rainbow. It was black resin, and then I did like a rainbow of alcohol inks on top. The only difference that I did was I either poured from the side that had the purple first, or I poured from the side that had the red first. Well, it was kind of a pink. And they ended up completely different. It really can affect a lot. Yeah, I think the white resin and the black ink. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, I think we're just gonna go for that as is, and then if it doesn't turn out, I'll make another die. Alright, let me go back through these other ones and just make little notes, just so that I have them all in front of me. I'm not scrambling to be like, oh no, what am I putting in this? So let's see. Blue flame. So we have this royal blue. So clear resin, royal blue swirl. And then I'm thinking maybe this like blue mica after that. I totally just spelled Caribbean wrong. I added like an extra R somehow. Mica swirl. And then let me just make sure I have everything back. Blue fire. And then we're talking about trying to make it look kind of fiery. So we could use some of this possibly. That was one of the things we talked about. Or like a silver foil was something we talked about. Ooh, if I can grab it. All right. Let me just think fiery here. I mean, I kind of lean towards this, I think. Just a little bit. Like a couple pieces in there. That might be cool. I'm thinking let's try the iridescent foil. I'm thinking we'll try that and we'll see how it goes. And again, if things don't, you know, things just don't work out exactly how we want them to look, I can always make them again. That's the nice thing. There's no high stakes. Let me go grab this blue mica. Do I have one of those over here? I don't know that I have enough here. Yeah, that's pretty empty actually. Let me go grab, I think I have a bigger container of that. Yeah, I have a bigger container of that. Here it is. We'll use a little bit of this. It'll have a little bit of a shimmer, which will be nice. All right. Black Petrie. And then with maybe a little bit of gold foil. Or we could always make it so that we could do like a black Petrie and then have it so that the resin that it's in has a little bit of a gold shimmer to it. That's always an option too. Or both. Ah! Hello.
Hello. Get the juices at orange or root beer.
Ooh, I think orange.
Okay.
Thanks. You got it? Oh, thanks. I have food, guys. Thank you. Where am I gonna put this? I'm gonna move the bees. I'll move the bees. Put food over here. Sorry guys, I'm gonna eat fries while they're hot. Everything else can sit there for a minute. I'm being very unprofessional in eating McDonald's French fries. But yeah, we could do a little bit of like a golden shimmer in there. Either instead of the gold foil or with the gold foil. That might be kind of nice. As the youths say. Aha. Throw that away in a moment. What do you think, Beta? Would it be too much with the foil and the shimmer? I'm gonna set those over there for now. You've got options. So clear resin, gold foil, black butterflies, and inky black swirl for that last one. I'm gonna need to just the foil. All right, sounds like a plan. I think it'll be fine with just the foil. I guess it kind of depends on how sort of busy you want things. We've got our colors here. Alright, that sounds like a plan. My only real, not concern, I guess, but conundrum is getting the butterflies to sit properly. I think they're gonna end up kind of attached to the sides instead of floating. Oh, and then we're gonna do black butterflies, so I can put these away. We've got black holographic butterflies in there. That's what we're going to be using. Alright, and then we need a D20. I think it'll be easy to do it if the highest number's on the top, and that's going to be with a B in it. And that's not overly complex in design, but you know, getting the B situated properly can be a little difficult. Just lining everything up here. Everything all in one spot. Alright, and there's the D20 bees. And let me think. 1, 2, 3. I mean, that's probably equivalent to maybe a set of dice, I think. Because it's 5, about D6s. It's about 4 D6s. I'd say a D6 is just a little bit more than 5 milliliters. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So that this might be a little bit more than one set. Well, that one was crunchy. That was kind of weird. Sorry, apparently this turned into a mukbang. Alright. And then we have our black dye churn mat. Put that off to the side. But we've got space to make a couple more sets of dice. What do we want to make? Let's see what I've got available over here. I don't use glitter a whole lot. I kind of want to try doing something with like a chunky gold glitter maybe. And I know it'll all kind of settle towards the bottom, but I kind of want to try that. I do have a set of dice that's coming up. I need to make some things for it, but I need to figure out what sort of like gold I want to put in it. So that might be kind of fun. I had someone talk about getting dice that looked like quartz. That might be, let's try doing that. I think that'll be one of our experiments for tonight. We're going to try making dice that look like quartz. I have this weird material that is also glass, but it will stay suspended in the resin well enough, I think, that it's not going to all sink to the bottom. And I probably shouldn't mess with this while I'm eating, but it's like very, very fine threads. And it's supposed to be, I think, tinsel for a Christmas tree. Looks like it anyways. Ah! Yes. Christmas things. But I think that might be kind of interesting to add some kind of striations in it. And then my other thought for making, that's not good, something that's kind of quartz-like. I feel like quartz often has kind of like cracks in it. Like it's not actual cracks, but it looks like there's kind of cracks in it. And for that, oh here, this will work perfectly. I want some flat pieces of plastic. Oh, so we're gonna steal that from my little container here of bonus D4s that I have not sanded yet. I did get things sanded today though, so it's good. And I have all sorts of things to put into the tumbler. All right, so this, let's cut this up into some smaller pieces, and then we'll get that all ready. Put it over here for now. Oh, you know what else I want to try? I want to finally try out this Lego mold, because I haven't gotten to do that yet. I keep meaning to, and I have like just not enough resin. Like it's so close. I'm gonna get some. I want to make these small enough that they will not cut into the sides of the molds, but big enough that they will stay in the molds and not just like fall over to the bottom, which is a balancing act, I suppose. Here, I'll grab this mold and just set them on top. Anyways, while I'm working on this, Anybody doing any fun arts and crafts things at the moment? I think I did finally. I think I've decided to go with the. For those of you that don't know, I have a Discord. I would put it in the chat if I could get to my keyboard. Where's my exclamation mark? Sorry, my keyboard here is. There we go. I have a Discord. I've been posting pictures in it, trying to make a Minecraft skin. Because I just got Minecraft fairly recently. I'm like, I want something a little bit more interesting than just me. Which is what I had. Which is fine. But I'm like, I want something that's a little bit more Minecrafty. I think I finally have decided. You're trying to port that subclass you set in the Discord into D&D Beyond and struggling because you have no clue how to use your homebrew system. Oh man, I didn't realize that they had it set up so you could do stuff like that. It's cool that they have it set up so you can do stuff like that. But that sounds like it would be difficult. Alright. I really should go find that spreadsheet I made a while back. I was trying to think of like how D&D races were balanced, because I was like, if I want to like make my own D&D race or something, I want it to be balanced with the rest of the existing ones. And so I made a spreadsheet that kind of took all of the different racial traits for D&D 5th edition, and then assigned a point value to them. So like, I think dark vision was like half a point, something like that. And then I kind of tweaked things until most of the races, the point values added up to the same thing. So I kind of tweaked all of the individual abilities and stuff that you got, so that it would balance out. And then, to test it, I went and looked up all of the features for an Aasimar, which is like a celestial type character, and plugged it into my system to see what number it got. Because I think at that point, pretty much all of the different races, except maybe like, I think Tiefling was rather low. They all got like 7 points. That was where they ended up. You know, I had things were usually they were usually half a point to 6 points. That was how those went. But what was I saying? Oh, I went and took the Aasimar and plugged it into my system to see how it lined up, and it gave me the number 7, which is what everything else kind of added up to at that point. So I'm like, huh, this maybe works. But I never actually did anything with it. Because the original plan was, you know, I kind of want to make like a playable, like, mushroom people race or something. And then I never got to around to it. Or had any reason really to make it. Sorry, you gotta listen to my munching. I'm getting French fry grease on my plastic sheeting. Well, maybe I'll have to do it. Maybe I'll have to go back. Like there is a mushroom people like in the like monsters manual, I think. know if it's the original Monster Manual, but one of them has like a mushroom people. But I don't know, it was set up in a way that it's like, I wouldn't really be able to play this. You made and abandoned a homebrew mothfolk race ages ago. I should try to make that work again. That'd be cool. Play as Mothman. I was going to try and set up the spreadsheet so that there was like a list of traits and like, not traits, but like abilities. That's what I was going for. A list of like abilities, and then you had a certain number of points basically to buy abilities. And so you could basically use that then to create any sort of custom thing that you wanted. That was my original sort of plan. So maybe I'll actually have to set that up. I have to go find it. Alright, this might be enough, but let me cut a couple more big pieces, I think. Not super big. I have to keep in mind that the dice are not actually that big. Ah. As I'm finishing cutting up a couple of these, does anybody have any ideas for what I should do for the last set of dice? Should I even do one more set of dice? I might do a set of, you know what? I think I'm going to do a set of fate dice. I think that'll be good. But does anybody have an idea for what we should do for a set of fate dice? Should I try doing a Petri? I always have like troubles with Petri, I feel like. They always, they look, like Petris just look so pretty. I always add like too much ink though, and then it doesn't cure quite right. This is good. It'll be good for me. It's, you know, I can use it as an excuse to practice. So maybe I'll try a set of fate dice. Okay. For the quartz set though, we're going to do a regular D&D set of dice. Alright, D10s. I have to reach into the back to grab a D8 because we've pulled out our D8s. D8, D6. Piece of a feather apparently. And a D4. Okay. I've got these already. Move all my little cut plastic pieces over here. Pretty sure I've gotten oily fingerprints on these, but I'll wipe those off before I put them in. We're going to use that as well. Yeah, we're going to do a set of fate dice. We could just do something in fun colors. Oh, while I was talking Petri, let's do a Petri. But let's figure out colors. Do I want to do a Petri? I don't know if that makes sense for fate dice. Actually, instead of doing fate dice, I might do a set of D6s. Let's do that. We're going to do a set of D6s with the 6 down. Give me an excuse to use these molds. Alright, these all have the 6 side facing down. I could do a set of, I feel like 6 is nice. 6 is a nice number. We could do 8, but I don't think I'm gonna. Alright, let's do a set of these, and let's do a Petri set. Let me pull out the colors that are available, because not all of these are available. Actually, here, I'll just, that one. that doesn't really work. I don't really have a good green. It turns kind of teal. It's almost more blue than the blue, which is kind of funky. Where's my purple? Oh. Nope, that's not it. I don't know where my dark purple went. Is it just so dark that I didn't find it? Well, that's pretty much enough to go now. All right, have a good night, or whatever time it is for you. Thanks for stopping by. And then I have black. But I also have purple. I don't know where my purple went. Where's my purple? It's not this purple, and it's not this purple. And it's not that purple. This one apparently changes colors. The other purple can be persnickety anyways. Alright, well. There's also a purple. Purple's also an option. I actually did a set of dice fairly recently. And I've kept them for myself. I don't usually keep dice for myself unless they don't turn out and I really like them. That sounds weird, but like, if one or two of the dice end up not working, like they have big air bubbles or something in them, I'll scrap those and then I'll keep the rest of the dice for myself if I really like them. And if I rarely do that, and then I'll throw other ones that I don't immediately be like, these are mine, into the spare dice box. And then there's also white and purple. I'm trying to eat my food before I have to put the respirator on. Sorry. It's good though. I feel like whenever I want salt, I just want McDonald's french fries. Well, I'm tempted to just do a set of D6s that are basically the same as this one, where it's just clear with a little bit of like a gold shimmer, but also like gold foil, and it's just like a black and white Petri. On the other hand, I'm tempted to do like pink and orange or something. Go like super bright. Or I could try, doing like something rainbow. Should we try doing like a rainbow Petri? See if we can actually get it to work. I think maybe let's do that. Let's try and get a rainbow Petri to work. I don't know if I'll be able to. Let me pull out the colors. Let's see if we can get that to work. All right. Okay, for the set of D&D dice, I think it might be easiest to put all the pieces in first and then pour the resin in. So let's do that. And then I'll need to... Oh, was it the darker one that also had butterflies? It's the lighter one that also had. Back. Better. Okay, this one also has black butterflies. Okay. we've got our colors there. Oh. They've changed their packaging. Interesting. Weird. They've changed their sandwich too, and it's not nearly as good. That's weird. Weird. This is just like a crunchy chicken breast with pickles. When did that change? Oh well. It's food and I'm hungry. All right. So for these, there's a couple things we're gonna want to do too. We're gonna want to coat the butterflies, and then I'm gonna put these into these molds. Let's do this first. I like to keep them in order just so I can make sure I'm working on what I think I'm working on. There we go. And there's this one. All right. So we've got our kind of very fine stuff. We've got our little tiny plastic pieces here, which I'm going to want to wipe off because I got French fry grease all over them. This is why I don't usually eat McDonald's while I'm working on dice, but we're gonna use tweezers for these anyway, so it'll work out. I'm just going to put some of these into these various molds. And I don't really necessarily want to put like a ton or anything, just like a couple. I'm trying to, recreate quartz, and it kind of has like it looks like almost shears and breaks in it. And that's kind of what I'm trying to replicate, but without my greasy fingerprints in there. Oh, that one actually fits in there pretty okay. I was worried that it was going to be a little bit big. I think it's okay. There's that. What have I gotten done today? It was very nice yesterday. Like, it really felt like I got quite a bit done yesterday, which is nice. I don't always feel like I get all that much done. I feel like I work kind of slow. If that wasn't obvious by my incessant nattering and not actually getting to pouring resin yet. But it was good. I made some dice, as you saw earlier. What else did I do yesterday? I got, let's see, I have a Word document that has all of the commissions that I have done and that I am working on. Has all of them. And so, I might need another one. But I updated that yesterday because I had, you know, some new ones since I had last updated it. And then I did some scheduling. Like I went and took all of the like commissions that I had and like wrote down what the next step was and then put those into my planner so that I make sure that I actually got them done in a reasonable time. If I don't have it written down in my planner, I will forget to do it. I wonder if this one will fit in the D20. I need to actually pick this up. So, I don't know, it was very productive yesterday. And then, you know, I played some games online with some friends, which is always nice. I have a weekly Zoom call with some friends, and sometimes we play games together, which is nice. We used to get together all the time for like board game nights and stuff, so we gotta fill that, or scratch that itch somehow. Fill that void. Scratch that itch. Yeah. I feel like I should start using scratch that void instead of either fill that void or scratch that itch. I feel like that works somehow. Alright. Oh, you know I'm doing this wrong. I'm taking these all out. I should add the other stuff first. I need to add this stuff first. I got that far in and I'm just like, oh no. Because these are going to be suspended by this a little bit. Let me take these back out. Well, every once in a while, just gotta think about what you're doing and maybe start over a little bit. That's okay. Alright. Let's try grabbing a little bit of this stuff. I want to be careful with this stuff. Because it's like very, very thin pieces of glass, I think. So I don't want to breathe it in or, you know, it's I don't want to like, yeah, I don't want to breathe it in or anything. That'd be really bad. But it's very, very fine. And I'm going to try and kind of bunch it up a little bit. I'm going to try and bunch it up, and I'm going to then shove this into the mold. So let's start with the D6, just because I can see into the D6 the best. And let's put this in here and then see what we can do. A whole bunch sticking out at the moment. Let's all right. It kind of ended up all twirly, which I don't know if that's exactly what I want. Like it kind of ended up all like circling around, which might look fine once it's you know, has resin and stuff in there, but I worry that it looks a little bit too I want to say organic. Actually organic, yeah. It might look a little bit too organic for what I'm going for, because you know I'm going for something that's kind of geometric, you know, so it's a crystal. Grab my little scissors here. Let me try adding some smaller pieces, maybe. Kind of reminds me of like, did anybody ever have those like fiber optic like toys as a kid? Where, you know, you had like it was like a flashlight, you'd have like, the one I'm thinking of, you'd have like a flashlight, except that then you had like all these different like little fiber optic cables coming off of it that were just like, they seemed like little plastic bits, strings, I guess, and then all of the light shone out of the ends of all of those. And I understand how it works now that I've done, you know, physics, but anybody else ever play with that, or am I the only one? Because I don't know, maybe I kind of want one of those now. Those are, that just amuses me for some reason. used to love those. Can't remember what happened to it, but you had one that changed colors like the rainbow. Yeah, I think I did too. I think I did. Yeah. It's, the reason that it works is the same reason that if you like stick your hand into, you like the noise those make when you shake them? Yeah. No, the reason they work is the same reason that if you put like your hand in a pond, it looks like your hand is in a different spot. And it has to do with how light travels through the material. And so in the case of that, the material never like bends enough for the light to not travel through it instead of out of it until it gets to the end. It's very interesting. Well, we're gonna try this. I don't know how I feel about it being all kind of spooled up, but we'll try it and try to avoid all these little pieces of glass. Hmm. I don't know why they changed their chicken sandwich. That's not nearly as satisfying. Alright, well let's move on to the next one. I think maybe cutting it up into slightly shorter pieces so it's not nearly as like round might be the way to go. But then I'm also making little tiny pieces. I'm basically making fiberglass, aren't I? Oh, this is basically fiberglass, isn't it? It is a fiber and it's glass. I think maybe this might be the way to go. Get it into like kind of smaller pieces. Like this. Let's try this. I'm gonna put this in the D4 here. Just some of them, not all of it. Kind of spread it out a little bit. Just kind of shove those in there as fibers. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. I think making them a little bit shorter. It has, you know, there's still a little bit of a curve on some of them, but I feel like that's okay. All right. That's a little bit better. All right, here, let me show you. Compared to what we have in the D6. So, yeah, that's the idea. It's kind of like rutilated quartz. So, you know, they're still curved a little bit, which isn't necessarily ideal. Because, you know, I want to go for that kind of geometric shape. But I think that cutting them down definitely worked better than leaving them long where they all kind of spiraled up. Rocks are vastly improved when they are actually two rocks and one is like funny little patches or fibers and the other, oh, where they're like two that kind of smushed together. Is it tourmaline? Is tourmaline the one that's a mix of citrine and amethyst? Now I'm Googling again. Oops, that was the wrong button. Or maybe it's ametrine? Tourmaline. Oh, that's ametrine. Okay. What's tourmaline then? I guess, okay, it is ametrine. I don't remember my rocks. Oh no. Oh, see, we could do this purple instead. Could do this purple instead of clear. That's an idea. Should I do it like a light purple instead of clear and go for kind of an amethyst look? instead of like a kind of a rutilated amethyst instead of like rutilated quartz. Pulling that out of there. We're going to put some of these shorter fibers in here. And they're still, you know, a little bit long, but they'll be a little bit more, not quite as twirly. Well, they're still kind of twirly. I think maybe I need to cut some of these down a little bit more even. Okay. I hear a kitty cat. There's a kitty cat outside. Pretty sure that's not. It sounded like not. Come on. Stay in there. Stay in there. Tourmaline quartz is another kind of quartz with funny fibers, except the fibers are thick and black. Oh, yes. I've seen that. It is really cool. Very, very cool looking. I always like rutilated type stones. I don't know. They just look cool. More fibers in here. I think that's a little bit better. There's some straighter fibers in there now. There's still some very twirly ones, but there is some straight ones now, which I think will help. D8. Send a picture of your rock collection. Yeah, that'd be cool. I grew up with my dad having like a giant rock collection, which is how I know stuff about rocks. You'll do that right now? Yeah! I'll have to take a look. I'll probably do that after the stream. Probably take a look after the stream. Alright, put some fibers in here. So I did actually try this out at one point, putting some of this stuff into resin. There we go. Wait, let me see if I have that. I might have that right behind me. And it doesn't show up. I think it's this one. Let's see if you guys can actually see it. It doesn't show up a ton, but you can kind of see it in there. That's the stuff that I'm using right now. Oh wow, I'm shaking a lot. So that's kind of what we've got going on. There you go. You can see those fibers in there. That's what I'm adding right now, is those fibers. And then we also have our little kind of flat plastic sheets that we're going to add to kind of simulate a different kind of like break in the stone. What are you oohing about? So as a kid, sorry, having a rock collection just reminded me. As a kid, I would collect like rocks and sticks that I found. Just like, we'd be out on a walk or something. Oh, the fibers in the D6. No, but anyways, I'd collect like rocks and sticks that we found, like, you know, something that was like, I'd find something that'd be like a cool like walking stick type thing. And I was not very old at the time. And at one point, apparently, I don't remember this, but I've been told, one of my parents asked me why I was collecting rocks and sticks. And apparently I said to them, I'm just a kid. I don't have any money. Just like, what else am I supposed to collect? There we go. Yeah, I think that'll be pretty cool. Let's stuck that in there. I'm just trying to avoid getting the fibers all over the place. As I said, these are, I think, glass. Look at what it says. Yeah, caution, angel hair is fine glass fiber. Proper care should be taken during use. I wonder where this is from. This looks so, like, old. Also, human nature is just see good stick. My tool now. Oh, I still see, like, a good stick, and I'm like, that's a good stick. Just like, I'm like, I could use that as a walking stick. I guess it is just human nature to be like, it's a good stick. All human beings know is eat hot chip, hold stick, and lie. I mean, where's the lie, though? Wait. Oh, no. If one person is always telling the truth. No, okay. If one person is always lying. All of this stuff is attached. It's sticking to itself a little bit. I do enjoy that meme format. I don't know why, it's just funny to me. I used it at one point to make a... I used that meme format for Critical Role at one point. I was very proud of myself. Let's pull out some of these longer fibers. I'm trying to tuck these in so that they're not sticking out. Because I don't know, this might be a pain to sand. We'll find out. I don't know that yeah, we'll see how well these sand. But I do think they'll be weighted all right. As I was saying, you know, it'll be evenly distributed enough. I think it'll be fine. Let me cut this up into some shorter pieces. You had one stick when you were little that was given to you by a neighbor who had a crush on you, and you're still mad you lost it. It was such a good stick, had a perfect grip and everything. It was a perfect sword. It even had a little branch that came out like a guard. You wonder if it's been reclaimed yet or where you even left it. That's a tragedy. Actually, though, but seriously, though, aw, sad. That does sound like a good stick. I always like smooth stones, too. Alright, so let's stick some of this in there. Like, even if they weren't particularly pretty or anything, just like a good smooth rock. I like the smooth ones. I do remember, so, like I said, my dad had a rock collection. So every once in a while we'd go to like the local, there was like a local club that was like people that like rocks, collected rocks and stuff. And every once in a while my brother and I would we would like, they'd have like an auction or something. And I remember a couple of times we got like this big jar of like polished rocks. And then we would like, I have a memory of sitting in my brother's room. We each had like a container. And then we went through the jar of rocks and divvied them up. And that was always kind of fun. My brother and I have always gotten along fairly well. Because I remember we never really fought over that stuff. You know, we chipped in together and got it. And then we'd always be like, okay, I really want this rock. And you really want this rock. How about if you get this rock, I get these two? And then, you know, we'd kind of barter and stuff. You keep a round, smooth stone in your coat pocket with a packet of honey your girlfriend gave you. They're super nice for calming down. Hopefully the packet of honey doesn't explode or anything, but I can see how that'd be fun to, like, squish. Squishy. Alright, let's this stuff is a mess, and I don't want it to be a mess. It's very bad if this stuff is a mess, because this is just like fiberglass. If I can get my scissors to work. Oh, I missed a section. Alright, well, I'm just going to try and bundle that all together a little bit. Oh, you've had it there for like 2 years now. It's half crystallized. At least if it does, you know where to get another. Fair, fair. There we go. Alright. I think I want some shorter pieces for in here, so we're going to grab shorter pieces. This stuff wants to go everywhere, and I absolutely do not want it to go everywhere, because I don't want little tiny shards of glass everywhere. Okay. Okay. Put these in the D20. I'm trying to like spread them out just a little bit so that they're not all in one spot. I'm trying to get them to kind of cover all the bases, as it were. Although if I have some of them that are kind of all grouped together, that's fine. It'll just make it probably show up a little bit better, which is, A-okay. Alright, so I think we're pretty good on this. I'm gonna put these back in here. I'm gonna put this stuff away. How much do I have just sitting here? Alright, I'll put this away before I get it everywhere, even more than it already is everywhere. And then we'll put in our little plastic sheets. Oops, there's a little bit here that I forgot to put somewhere. Just put it straight up in D12, perfect. Alright, cool, so we've got our kind of rutilated bits in there. Then we're going to add our clear plastic sheeting here, which the idea is for it to not, all of this stuff to not show up too much, and then if you move it, kind of be able to see a little bit of texture. That's the idea anyways. Let's see. You wish you got along with your brother like I do with mine. Tried to teach yours ballet once when you were both really little, and he still hasn't forgiven you. We never got along since then, to be honest. Oh, my brother and I fought as kids. Don't get me wrong. You know, that's your middle younger brother anyway. Your youngest brother is the coolest kid ever. I love that little dude. You teach him Minecraft mechanics long distance. To be fair, my brother's the one teaching me Minecraft mechanics at the moment. I hope these look cool. We'll see. This is all just kind of an experiment. See how it looks. And I think maybe I will just go with clear because I feel like that'll be kind of almost cooler. Like if they just look like, oh, they're just plain old dice, and then like, you know, you angle them a little bit and you're just like, oh. I like making dice that look like different stones. I don't know why, it's just fun. There's something fun about that. I don't want those in the same spot. Let's put this one over here. Okay, cool. Those are kind of divided by a thing now, but let's see if we can put a little tiny piece on top. There we go. There's the D20 ready to go. My brother is younger than me. It's my younger brother. I'm suddenly reminded of the time that we went out to a restaurant and they offered him a drinks menu and they did not offer me one, and he was not 21 at the time and I was. Just like, oh dear. No, he's 3 years younger than me. But he's always been more into video games than I have. I don't know. I've always been content to watch other people play video games. I know, to be fair, I feel like it is that is fairly common, is older siblings teaching younger siblings like video games and stuff, but just in my case, I just don't play a lot of video games. I mean, looking back, it's really funny, but at the time I was just like, really? Really? We did also laugh at it at the time, too. Yeah, it was very much a, oh, no, thank you. Although, to be fair, even before he was 21, my brother did have the most alcohol in the house. And that sounds really bad, but it's because my brother really likes cooking. And so he had all sorts of different things for making different dishes. He had like kirsch, which was like a cherry something that was for a cake that he made at one point. He had rum for like bananas Foster. It was very funny. And we're still living at with my parents at that time, but yeah, we did always find it funny that he technically had the most alcohol in the house. Not for drinking though. I don't know if I want to put that one in there. That one might go in there. I want a slightly smaller one because I have some of the stuff in here in like a cool X pattern, and I don't want to like mess with that too much. I kind of want to try and put this so it doesn't really interfere with that. So let's find another smallish one and maybe put it above. Oh, perfect. Here's like a little triangle piece. We're going to do that. Ooh, actually, this is even better. Found kind of a long one. There we go. That's a blue one. So I need to get these all filled in. Maybe just the one piece in here. Yeah, maybe just the one piece in here. I'm gonna get these filled in, which I'm almost done with. And then I need to coat the black butterflies, I think, in a little bit of UV resin, just so that they don't like, and I think I'm going to end up attaching those to the side of the mold. I think that even if I do it when it's really thick, those are going to sink to the bottom. I think they're going to sink, which is not really what I want. So I think it's just going to be easier to kind of attach them to the sides a little bit. But in which case, I definitely want to, I don't want that like that. Do I have 2 in here? Oh, I do have 2. I think I had 2 that were stuck together or something. There we go. I think that's good. What was I saying? Oh, the butterflies, and then I need to find a good bee for this D20. I did see, yeah. I'll probably do the bee D20 first, because I'm going to want to coat that in the resin while it's still as liquidy as possible, because I don't want to like break off any of the wings or anything. But I think that's our plan of attack. BD20. I can make all the BD20s now too. I did have a wasp D20 that was for sale, but it is sold now. And then I did keep a single wasp D20 for myself because I thought it was cool. Because I had a couple of wasps and I used them as kind of like prototyping ones. All right. I think that is probably good for that. I'll just put this over here with my other random stuff. Okay. All right, so these are all ready to go. Let me move these off to the side, I think. And those are just going to have clear resin in them. Nice and easy, just plain old clear resin. Alrighty. These ones I'm going to attempt, to do a rainbow Petrie. But do I want to put, maybe I'll put a little bit of like, I enjoy putting just like a little bit of shimmer or something in the resin, but it might be nice if it's not. I don't know, should I put something in there? I could do like gold foil or something. I don't think I want to do iridescent flakes. I've been doing that a lot recently, which I like iridescent flakes. I've been doing it a lot. Maybe I'll just do it clear. I think we'll do clear resin for this one too. And then just do the Petrie. I feel like we'll just keep it simple. Keep it nice and simple. I have my McDonald's bag over here. Let me move this out of my way. Oh, there's so many napkins. They know me so well. Alright. Now I can move this back now. Let me toss this as well. Okay. So, we're going to be using these black holographic butterflies. We're going to coat them in just a little bit of UV resin so that if they end up, so if they end up right next to the side, of the dye. They won't get sanded off. So let me think about this. We're going to do 2 different dice with these, I believe. And here, before I do that, let me grab some handy dandy tape. And attempt to find the end. Here it is. And I'm gonna clean off a little section here. My mat likes to collect stuff, and I can use some tape just to kind of pull everything off all at once. It's like one of those like pore strips for your nose. Interesting. Alright, there. That's a little bit cleaner where I'm gonna work. Alright. So let me think about this. So we have black butterflies here and black butterflies here. And I think those are the only 2. And let's see, that's a D6 and that's a D8. And I don't know that we'll need a ton. We'll want at least 3, maybe 5 for the D6. Well, I'll put 5 out here. Oh, here's a nice clean spot. We're gonna put them right there. And the nice thing about the silicone mat is that they like kind of will stick to it a little bit and kind of stay. And that way they won't move around too much, hopefully, while I'm trying to add some UV resin to them. The good thing about silicone is that things stick to it, but also they don't stick to it. And by that I mean, like, these will be easy to get off later. Okay, so there's 5. D8. Oh dear, I found some more of that stuff. D8. I almost feel like it's going to have less, but I'd rather do a few too many than a few too few. So I'll do 5 for that as well. So I'll do 10 total. And that should be plenty. We're only doing 2 dice. Like, we're not going to need a ton of these. 5 might be a good number for the D8, actually. Yeah, maybe. It's going to be opaque, so it'll be harder to see them if they're on other sides. Whereas with the D6, it's going to be translucent. It's going to be transparent, actually. And so you'll be able to see... Ah, come on, get off. It's stuck to my tweezers. Oh, it's stuck to my finger now. Get back in your little box. Yeah, when it's, you know, transparent, you'll be able to see the butterflies on both sides. So let's put these away. So what I'm going to be doing, let me pull out my little handy dandy light here. Notebook. It's just a little UV light, a cheap one I got on Amazon. Oh yeah, we can go blue. Do you want the dark blue that I think, the dark blue that did we use the dark blue for your butterflies? Yeah, I think we used dark blue. Yeah, no, blue butterflies is A-okay. I'm gonna move that down there. Get rid of this one. I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure the darker blue is what we did, so then it'll match. All right, let's do. I'll put 3 of them out here for us to coat. Then we can figure out, you know, where we kind of want to put things. All right. So we've got our little light. Got our UV resin. And we've got little tools here, which is literally just a pin. But that'll be good for moving this resin around. because it's hard to put just a small amount. Actually, I'm doing pretty okay now. So I'm going quiet for a second as I attempt to not squeeze this bottle too hard. I'm at a very, I don't know. It's very, very, what's the word I'm looking for? There's not a large threshold, I guess, between no resin coming out and way too much resin coming out. Alright, let me coat these a little bit. Some of them didn't get a ton, it's just kind of all centered, or all put kind of in the center. If I don't accidentally pick it up with my fancy pen. Just a pen. Alright, I think all of them are pretty coated now. I'll put this over here away, and we're gonna nuke those under the UV light. I think that should be plenty of butterflies since we're just doing 2 dice. So I'll put these away. If I can reach, there we go. Alright, these can go back over here. And we'll probably let these run twice or so. While we're letting those nuke, let me open up the bees. Take a look at the bees. Alright. These still smell terrible. But let's try and find, this looks like a good one. It has all the wings intact and everything. Oh, this one's legs look bad. Oh, I like this one. We're gonna go with this one. I'm gonna flip it over so you can see. There we go. There's the bee. Has its wings out, which is kind of cool. Alright. They smell like fish food. They smell strongly of fish food. I'll just set that. And that's a terrible spot for that. Set that over here. Alright, and then we have a bee ready for that. And then I'm going to flip these over and nuke them one more time. And the reason I'm doing that is that if there's a little bit of uncured resin on the back of them, that should cure it then. And there shouldn't be, but you never know. You know, the whole idea with the UV resin is that it's only going to cure where the UV light touches it. So if it's underneath, you wouldn't be able to find it. So it's best to just nuke them again, make sure everything's all cooked. There's that. I do also have a hamburger. Do I want a hamburger? While I wait for my butterflies to cook. That sounds weird. Alright, next step, we're going to stick these bees onto the inside of the molds. Make a note here that's black and blue. And blue. Alright, these should be all set. I don't think I'll need the UV resin for anything else. I'll read that in just a moment. Let me put this away. Alright. Man, imagine dying and being like an angel, as all bugs are always, or whatever, and you look down from bug heaven, which is better than human heaven because it is bugs, and some person's making arts and crafts with your corpse and picks you out specifically for your funny legs. I don't know whether I'd be honored or offended or confused, because bug brains were not meant to process that sort of thing. I don't know. No, it's not that it has funky legs. It's that it has more intact legs, I think. Look, it's doing a little dance, though. You kind of see the legs there. They just seemed a little bit, this one seemed a little bit more almost intact. Alright, let me move these over to their designated location. Yeah, okay. Here's the blue ones. And this one has black butterflies. Let me make sure this one has 5 at least. And this one I'll put the rest over here. We can steal them if we need. Yes, she is lovely. I now have single ladies stuck in my head. Just made me think of that. Okay. Let's start by sticking some butterflies in here. Yeah. So a piece of resin, trying to stick to my piece of resin. There we go. Alright, I'm going to try and stick these to the sides. I was saying earlier, I don't think I'll be able to get them to suspend, unfortunately. The black one, the black and the blue, it's honestly kind of hard to tell the difference. Let's see here. I kind of want to make it look like they're, you know, sort of random. And, you know, it takes some effort to make things look random, which is ironic. Oh, I could put one on each side and then one. Yeah, I could put one on each side except for where the inky swirl is going to be coming from. I could also do like, well, I think I'll put one on each side. They might not all stay on the sides. You know, one of them might fall down to the bottom or something. There we go. Let's see if I can get it so you can see. There you go. You can see all the butterflies in there. Kind of spread out. There's technically one on each side, but you know, some of them are closer together, some of them are further apart. Just to make it look like they're flying around in there. Maybe some of them are, you know, hanging out, having a chat. We're going to do the same thing with our D8 here, except this one's just going to be black butterflies. I'm just realizing. So for these dirty pours, I was originally going to have the highest number up, so that if one side was different, it would be the top one. But since I'm putting these butterflies in here, I might actually want to do this with the highest number down, because I don't know if I'll be able to put one of the butterflies on the highest face if it's up. I think it would just fall off. So I think we'll do D8 down for this one instead of D8 up. Because it shouldn't make too much of a difference if it's up or down for the dirty pour part, but I think it will affect, you know, butterfly placement. We definitely want a butterfly on the highest face. This one's gonna have black resin with white ink. Okay. You know, I feel like it's good to have the like thematic stuff on the like towards the higher faces. I feel like that's always a little bit better than having it on the lower faces. I don't have to use all of these. But let's maybe do 2 in here. Now we're going to do 1 down here. That'll be nice. Those 2 could be friends. And here's the D8. And there's some under the lip there. Yeah, I think that's pretty good as well. Kind of spread out. I do have one more little butterfly here. We could try sticking it to the top. See if it works. Well, let's try it. I'm going to try sticking this last one to the top. Ooh. Nope, I'm going to try and stick my finger inside. I'm going to try sticking this last one to the top, and we'll see what happens. I kind of expect it to sink, but we'll try it. Yeah, alright. That's a good spot for it. Alright. Let me get my mixing cups, and we can start. So these are all just going to have clear. Yeah, these are all just going to have clear resin. Perfect. This one's going to have clear, but it's going to have gold foil. Oh, and sniffy. Ugh. Second here. My mixing cups fell over. You believe in the butterfly. Hold on, little dude. Alright, that one will be good. That one's just clear. Someone's going to have a little bit of gold foil in it. Clear resin. This one's also going to have gold foil in it. Just clear resin. Oh, well, both of these are... It's going good. How are you doing? Welcome. I'm working on all sorts of like individual designs, so it's taking me a while. Also, I'm eating McDonald's, which is also making me take a while. Okay. So both of these are just going to be clear resin with gold foil, so we can put both of these in the same one. This one's clear resin. Yes, this one's also just clear resin. That's fine. And then these 2 are going to be black and white. Let me put that back. I had that for the UV light. Okay. Let me... Yeah, this one's the clear resin. I'm going to move it over here next to our other clear resin things. I do need to decide if I want to do the iridescent. I think, yeah, we're going to try it with the iridescent. We'll see how it turns out. I'm working on a couple of commission things at the moment. Although they're all kind of like individual dice. And then we're going to try making some like quartz sort of looking dice and see how it goes. Alright, and then these are going to be black and white resin. This one's also going to have a little bit of interference gold, which I'm going to give it its own little cup for that. And then, oh, this would be good for black resin actually. And then white resin. And then these 2 are going to be clear with gold foil. Alright. Cool, is that everything? Oh, and then this one I want to do with just a little bit of shimmer in it, I think. I'm hoping I actually have enough resin to try out this mold, which is just a mold I made of some Legos. And they're not going to be for sale or anything. I just wanted to make my own Legos because I think that'd be cool. But I'm gonna make some slightly shimmery resin for this. Pull out my, ooh, there we go. There's my shimmery pigment. Okay, got a mixing cup. Anyways, what's up with you? I am Fabby G. Working on any arts and crafts projects or anything? Clean these out. I have so many mixing cups over here that I have not cleaned out. Now I'm just stacking them so that they're out of my way. It's very bad on my part. I really need to clean them. Alright. Let's see here. What do I need? Perfect. Here's one for just a little bit of shimmer. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Jen, but glad you could be here. Got other stuff on your plate so you haven't gotten to do your other projects. That's understandable. Things get busy. Things get hectic. There's that. Now taking a break, chilling on Twitch. That's nice. I'm glad you're getting a little bit of a break in. It's always good to have that every once in a while. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just thinking about when I quit my job to go back to school full time and how burnt out I was. This will be good. Add a little bit of this. This is a mica powder that's white and then it shimmers gold. Probably don't actually need that much. I'm just going to use a little tiny bit in a dirty pour here. Oh, actually, I should pull out. Oh, I have one: black resin and white resin. Cool. Yeah, and I'm gonna be using this black. I need a little container for this blue. That's what I'm missing. That'll be good. All right, let me add just a little tiny bit of blue here. Okay. And what with this one doesn't need very much either. This stuff will go kind of a long way. And we're not going to be using a ton since these are all going to be just for single dice. Put this off to the side. We'll put it on top of the bees. Oh, Jen, you missed seeing the ridiculous amount of bees that I have now. There's so many bees. I ordered the smallest amount that this person had listed. Also, they smell terrible. But look at how many bees I have. I just needed one for a project, but I'm not really complaining because these will be good for projects in the future. I'll have to make more bee dice. They're just fun. Might have to do more of the bee sets. I did a commission where every die was different and they were all bee themed. Might have to kind of steal some of those ideas and go do that again because I feel like those turned out really fun. Maybe I'll make a set for myself. Ooh, maybe I'll make a set for myself. Ooh, that's an idea. We've gotten our interference gold. And we've got our shimmer. We've got our blue. These. I'm kind of thinking with the iridescent flakes, I'm not going to put them in the resin, like the clear part of the resin. I'm going to take a few of them with my tweezers after I've put my other stuff in and kind of shove them into kind of the top of the mold so they're kind of at the bottom of the flame, sort of. Because we're trying to do kind of a blue fire. And I think that'll be kind of nice, so you'll just have a little bit of that in the flame part itself. So we're going to leave those there. And then we're going to have, I need a, no, that's going to be clear, and then I'm going to use a little bit of this on a thing to swirl that in. Those are all clear. Gold. Gold into here, that's what we're missing. While we're doing this, let me think about this. So we've got 3, 6, not quite, 16, about 25, 5, 10, maybe it is about 30, 6, I think we're going to end up doing 100 milliliters. I think we're just going to end up doing 100 milliliters of resin. I think that should work out. Alright, I'm trying to grab, individual pieces of the gold foil here, just because it makes it easier to like break up and stuff. So we're going to be doing probably about black peach. I'm only doing 2 dice here, and probably about 10 milliliters. I add one more piece, and I think that's going to be good. I don't want to add so much that you can't see what's going on in the dye. But I think that'll be a reasonable amount. Black butterflies. Oh, wait a second. I'm so sniffy. It's really cold in this room. Ugh. So my nose is all sniffy now. Alright, I think, is that everything? I just want to make sure I have everything before I go. But I think that's everything. Let me just clean out the inside of this one more time. This is one that I've cleaned out before, but it still has a few little tiny pieces in it. And I don't want any, especially since we're doing like clear dice, I don't want any little pieces of color or anything showing up. Packing tape is so useful for everything when it comes to dice making. So useful. I use it for making molds. I use it for packaging things. I use it for cleaning things. So it's great for getting, little pieces of resin off of the silicone here, because it sticks right to it. It's much better than I am at getting the little pieces of resin off. Because, otherwise I have to use, like, my fingers to try and scrape it off, or tweezers to try and pull it off. And they're just little tiny pieces. So this is so much faster. I can't take credit for this. I saw someone else do this. I don't remember who it was, but I saw someone else turn their mixing cups inside out, their silicone mixing cups inside out, and take tape to them, and I'm just like, that is brilliant. I need to do that. My mixing cups will be so clean. Oh, I think I missed a spot. Maybe I'm putting little pieces of resin back in here. That'd be bad. Alright, I think we're pretty good. Give me just a second here. How much hamburger do I have left? Give me just a second to finish my hamburger. So what's new with y'all? Let me toss this away. Hey, that's what I said earlier. I also apologized a lot because I feel weird eating on stream. I feel like you guys did not come to hear me make all sorts of gross chewing noises. I'm gonna eat anyways. I'm trying not to eat any glass. think we've got everything set up. Cool. We're gonna do this one first. I was eating McDonald's fries earlier. They were pretty good. I feel like whenever I want salt, that's when I really want McDonald's fries. I don't usually eat a lot of salt. I'm not a big fan. I don't like things that are all that salty. Like, I like unsalted chips and unsalted peanuts and that sort of stuff. But every once in a while, I'm just like, I want McDonald's fries. I want all that salt. It's true. Alright, I'm almost done. Alright. I think I can use the gloves that I used last night. They don't seem to be completely covered in resin, like so many of my gloves are. I say that, and yet, okay. Alright. Cool. Alright. Let me just put my PPE on. So, gloves and a respirator. And we'll be all set to go. There you go. One more sip of soda. Okay, now we're ready to go. So I'm gonna sound rather muffled for the rest of the stream. I'm gonna sound a bit like this. Maybe Darth Vader, something like that. And I moved this bee dye to the middle because we're going to be doing that one first. Because that bee's going to be fairly delicate. So I want to, work on that one while the resin's still as liquidy as possible. Alright. I almost need to open my new container of resin. Luckily I ordered more. I have more just sitting in a box down here, but... Alright, so we're going to be doing 100 milliliters, so I need to do 50 of each. I will be right back, because I can't talk and measure at the same time, so give me just a second here. Oh well. I'll have to give it a second, I guess. Yeah, this bottle's almost out, and it's so thick. It takes so long for things to fall. Alright, it's getting closer now. Okay, like I said, I'm not going to be able to chat while I measure this, so I'm just going to be measuring. I mean, it's going slow enough, I guess. Like I said, I'm almost to the end of this bottle. There's still, a bit in here, but definitely takes longer for things to pour. I'm only at 30 milliliters, I need to get up to 50. It'll be nice to crack open my new bottles, though. New bottles of resin. They're actually still in the box. Maybe I should take them out of the box and make sure that they're good and everything. Whew. You know, I've been pretty busy recently. Oh wait, I'm getting closer now. It's going so slow though. Alright, I think that's pretty close to 50. Alright, let me double check here. I mean, you want a burger and fries? Okay, there's 50 of that. Maybe I should turn that one upside down. Oh. You're channeling them. Just think really, really hard about a burger and fries and milk here. Now, give me a second here. Let me pour the other half. Alright, there we go. Or by channeling, do you mean ordering from DoorDash? Have I mentioned that I drove for Uber Eats for a while? I actually enjoyed it. It was kind of nice. You're speaking of burger and fries into existence for Jen. Burger and fry vibes. Ordering, but it's cooler when you say channeling. I mean, valid. Valid. No, I did drive for Uber Eats for a while. I've been thinking that maybe I should go back to that, actually. But I'm so, like, busy at the times that it's best to do that. The channeling won't work out, but the taste is powered by vibes. Because, let's see, I was doing, you know, you want to do, like, lunches and dinner times. So, like, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. There's actually, like, incentives to do it from, like, 11 to 2 and 5 to 9, I believe. Is it 5 to 9? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 5 to 9. At least it was when I was doing it. It's been a few months since I did it, but so you know, I was doing that, but now, you know, dinner times on Wednesdays and Saturdays, you know, I'm streaming, and then like I do my social media stuff on Mondays and Wednesdays and Fridays around lunchtime, which I guess I could change that. But like, I don't know, I've made myself very busy at the times that it would be best to drive for Uber Eats. It's just like, I've done this to myself. But I did enjoy it. It's nice. I like it. I liked it for some of the same reasons that I enjoy doing what I'm doing now. Which is kind of interesting to think about, because you'd think that driving for Uber Eats and making dice are completely different. But I liked the fact that I was working for myself, and you know, by that I mean there's no one that I have to answer to necessarily. If I do something wrong, you know, probably the worst that's going to happen is I'm going to get a bad review, and you know, it's the same with either of them. You know, if I make something that's not up to par, or I deliver something not up to par, you know, I'll just get a bad review. And that's, you know, something that you know, I can, you know, hopefully avoid, but also, you know, it's just me. Still don't have to like answer to someone to be like, why did you get a bad review? It's just me. It's just me going, oh, I got a bad review. What can I do to make it better? There's like less pressure, I guess. And then also having a flexible schedule is really nice. Like, really, it worked out for me
I actually kind of keep almost the same schedule that I kind of kept Ubering. Except actually, I think I work more now, sort of. But like I liked the sort of schedule of doing stuff in the morning, and then having a break in the middle of the day, and then doing stuff in the evening. And I kind of do that now a little bit. Like I'll get up and do all of my admin stuff in like my office and like scheduling, ordering of materials, you know, all the messaging with people, packaging orders, all of the admin stuff that I do in my office upstairs. And then I'll do like the creative stuff usually in the evening. I'll come down here in the evening and either work on making molds or work on making dice. And like in the middle of the day, so I'll usually, to be fair, and this is why I was saying I probably work more, is because, you know, I used to have like a break in the middle of the day in between lunch and dinner. So, you know, I'd get back here. But then there's a chunk in there. Don't want chunky resin. But like now in the middle of the day, you know, I'll get admin stuff done in the morning, and after that I'll work on like sanding dice, or I mean, I don't know. It varies. You know, sometimes the admin stuff takes up most of the day. Like Tuesday is my admin stuff day. That's when I'll be, you know, packaging orders and things. Is on usually I'll do like shipping on like Mondays and Fridays. But I'm going to be doing some shipping stuff on Tuesday because I feel like I'm fairly busy tomorrow. Not tomorrow, Monday. I'll have to look at my calendar, but yeah, kind of a schedule now. I need to set up. I need to finish setting up a Discord after this. That just reminded me. Apparently, it's the week of Discords, setting up Discords. Oh, because. Oh, I do have a Discord now for anybody that wants to come hang out and chat arts and crafts. I don't know if anyone's here that is interested that's not already there. Hey, Jen, would you mind doing ! Discord in the chat if you're not in the middle of something? You're, I think, the only one here who has the permissions to do that besides me. Thank you! Yeah, I set that one up so that only like mods and I could do that. Channels the Discord. But no, my brother and I finally decided to try and put a group together to play like Minecraft together. So I'm going to work on setting up a Discord for our friends to hopefully get a Minecraft server up and running, which would be fun. And my brother's, you know, done this before. Like I said, my brother's played Minecraft for years, and he's played on servers before. And actually, a couple of the folks, a couple of family friends that we were going to ask, like, he used to play with them all the time. So at this point, I'm just like, but I want to play with friends now, because I like gaming for, I think I like Minecraft for some of the same reasons that I like D&D. I was thinking about this earlier today. And it's funny because my most recent like I don't know, hyperfixations, I guess, have been like D&D and Minecraft in the broad sense of things. Because I got really into Critical Role, and now I've gotten really into Hermitcraft. But, you know, also within that, I've been like, D&D, I know D&D stuff now, and now I'm just like, Minecraft. But I like them both in the sense that I like having something to do with friends. I think of it as kind of a social thing, I guess, in the broad scheme of things. And then within that, where did that go? I like it for kind of the cooperative puzzle solving, which I guess I wouldn't really think of Minecraft as like a puzzle game or anything, but I like that there's game mechanics that you can mess with. That's one of my favorite things in D&D, is when someone uses one of their skills or abilities really uniquely or interestingly. Um, like I'm always, that's always like my favorite thing is when something that's just like, oh, that's a good idea, or oh, that's a terrible idea, or just something where they're using things that are built in, and you would think that they should be used one way, and then they get used in a creative way. That's one of my favorite things. I think of D&D as kind of a puzzle game, I guess, where you are faced with the conversation, you're faced with a fight, you're faced with a room that you can't get past. You've got to use all the skills that you have to try and get past the obstacle. And different people play D&D different ways, of course. But I've been watching, like I said, a Minecraft series, and some of the things that they've done, I'm just like, oh, you can really exploit the game mechanics to do some really cool things. Like there's these objects that you can throw and it'll teleport you to the other location as soon as it like hits the ground. And so someone set it up where you threw it into like a pool of water and it would float on top of the water so it never actually hit the ground. And then they could press a button and it would make it so that it, it suddenly would hit like a trap door or something, so it would hit the ground. And so whoever had thrown the thing that would teleport you into the water, it would suddenly teleport them from wherever they were, anywhere in the world. And it's just like, that is a game mechanic that I never would have thought of. Yeah, the stasis chambers. I know! I'm just like, that is something I never would have thought to do with those game mechanics. But it's really smart. Although my favorite part in the series that I was watching was when one of there was two teams and one of the guys moved the other team's like teleportation things to a jail cell. I was just like, that's really funny. But just, I don't know, using game mechanics in a way that's creative. I don't know. Also, they're both kind of open world. You can kind of play them however you want. Because like D&D, you can play as uh, you know. Oh, I don't know. I have to look in the mailbox. I haven't looked in the mailbox. Didn't we just order those like yesterday? It's possible that they're in the mailbox and I haven't checked. I shipped some stuff yesterday, but I haven't actually been down today to go check the mail. I will go check after the stream and then send you a picture if they have arrived. I am still waiting. I did order they said delivered. Oh, okay. They're probably in my mailbox then. Like I said, I'll go check after this. I just haven't looked today. But I did order the pigments from Culture Hustle too, so we're gonna try those out. I might have to move some things around in my schedule. I've held off scheduling your dice because I'm like, I'm gonna have to wait for some things. They might still end up being a little bit after some of the other things I'm working on. I've got a couple sets. Actually, no, I have that set that's done. That set that's polishing. I have to look at my thing again, but you might be pretty close to the next in line. You'd be like, commission dice for me that requires so many extra materials, external materials. You have like a very specific vision for what you want, which is A-okay. To be fair, this is just an excuse for me to get more materials, right? Right? This is an excuse for me to buy a Tupperware container of bees. I think it's just an excuse for me to buy a Tupperware container of bees. To be fair, the reason that I made you buy your own flowers was because they were only going to be used for your dice. Because I knew your specific vision, glitter. We'll have to look through my glitters and see what we want to do. We've got options. So I'm like a shimmery. You're prepared to buy those flowers anyways. That's fair. Yeah, there's certain things where I'm just like, it's gonna cost you a little bit extra because this is like expensive, or Jen, I diagnosed you with valid. To be fair, I do think those dice turned out really pretty. I'm pretty happy with those forget-me-not dice. I'm so sorry. It seems that it's terminal. Oh. But yes, D&D and Minecraft. My current things. The D6 rolled will and stats for you, and on Monday you'll see if they love you. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Hopefully. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, I feel like they should be weighted pretty well, but I guess we'll see. Were those for a specific character, Jen? I know that the dice I'm making for beta are for you want Paraceline to be very good at what she does. Your brain at all times is Minecraft and D&D. Yeah. Oh, the flower dice were not there for you. Oh, okay. Oh, because blue and pretty, and flowers. That's valid. I like pretty dice. I've said before that I let myself get one new set of dice for each new like main character that I'm putting together. I think this is looking pretty good, by the way. I just want to make sure that it's mixed all the way. And I stir that just a little bit more. But at the same time, I usually try and get dice that are like match the character, but aren't like overtly that character, so that I can use them in other dice palettes too. You accidentally came up with more ideas in the future. No! Your wallet is angry with you. I, however, am intrigued. Alright, I think this is pretty mixed. So like I was saying, I'm going to do the B first. And the reason I'm going to do the B first is because it's really delicate. Let me make sure that these are nice and cleaned off. I don't want to get anything else in here. But I do want to get this nice and coated in resin. The wings and everything, I just want to make sure that everything gets coated so I don't end up with a whole bunch of bubbles and stuff. Yeah, because like, I'll see if I can show you. There's a big bubble under like the wing right there. Let's see if it'll. There we go. You can see bubbles end up around it. I want to make sure that there's no bubbles. Well, it will slap you, but you have self-care in the form of polyhedrals. Oh wow, it didn't. Sure, now it won't focus down here. What's going on? It seems very confused. There we go. Alright. The shapes give you serotonin. The dice you're getting are for Kaz, as is tradition. Lovely, dumbass, bloodhunter, book smart, but no common sense or people smarts. Cannot navigate one of maybe two or three good fictional. One of maybe two or three good fictional men. Tubes bring joy. Dunk the bee. Yeah. Crunchy. Alright. So I'm gonna add some resin in here. And I fully expect to have to keep pushing this bee down because it's gonna float. But hopefully it will get to a point where it is thick enough that I can kind of hold it down a little bit. So I'm going to try and put this in here. Alright. Make sure that it's facing upwards. I'm going to try to gently put some clear on top. I'm going to try and get it centered. It's going to float. I already know that it's going to try and float. This over here. Let's see. When you die, you want someone to dunk you in resin. I'm putting that in your will, you think? To be fair, I have thought that, like, when I die, it might be cool to become sort of like museum piece, like some sort of like medical model or something. I'm like, that'd be kind of cool. Maybe I'm perhaps a bit morbid, but I'm like, yeah, do something cool with my body. Make me like a classroom skeleton or something. That'd be fun. All right, these are all just going to take clear, so we'll just do this next. Actually, no, wait, before I do this, let me divvy off resin for the things that actually, like, really need done. So, this one's going to be clear resin for the most part. I'm not going to fill this quite all the way. This one's going to have the blue swirl and the mica powder in that. So this one just needs a little bit. That's plenty. This one's going to be this one's going to be the gold foil. We're going to need about, I think about 10 milliliters, actually. In here. Get that to about 10. Just a little bit more. Okay. Only about 5. I'll do a little bit more than 5. Yeah. Well, I guess what I was saying, though, is that part of the fun of both D&D and Minecraft is that you can kind of play it however you want. Like D&D could be a bunch of murder hobos, which is perfectly fine as long as everybody's on the same page. You can play it as a puzzle game. You can play it like as an RP thing, you know, like mostly RP. There's so many different ways to play it. And the same's kind of true for Minecraft. There's so many different ways to play that game. Like, you can play it as an adventure game, where you're exploring, trying to find things. You can play it as, like, a building thing, which is what I'm excited about. I want to try building things. You can play it as a fighting thing, either fighting mobs or fighting each other. Like, there's just so many ways to play it. Let's see. We ordered food from a place called Super Smash Burgers, and we hope it's a funny gamer reference to Super Smash Brothers. It sure sounds like it. It sounds like it should be. Alright, I think... Is that everything? I think maybe we can actually start filling these now. Let me start filling these. Try not to make too big of a mess. I mean, I'm always making a little bit of a mess, but, you know, we'll try and keep it to a reasonable amount of mess. Alright, there's one. I'll set this over here for now. Do the D12. Yeah, this is kind of what I was expecting. It's a big bubble in there. I will deal with that in a moment. So I put little plastic sheets in here, little like clear plastic pieces. And the reason I did that is I'm trying to make kind of a quartz sort of look, and I want it to have, I think I need to add more resin actually to get the bubble out. Sounds kind of weird, but it has nowhere to rise to at the moment. Oh! So much for not making a mess. Alright, that'll be fine. Let me just make sure this is full up the rest of the way. Let's see here. Alright. But I don't know, I've always been like an artsy person and stuff. I like making things. So I am excited about the potential of building things in Minecraft. Cause I've seen stuff that like my brother has built, and he's made some really cool stuff. I remember at one point he and a couple of friends were trying to build Hogwarts with the moving staircases and everything. I don't think they got very far, but it was always just kind of like, oh wow, that's a thing. Okay, moving staircase is cool. That's apparently a thing you can do. I don't know why I didn't get this game sooner. I don't know, I guess I haven't felt like I've had much time for games recently. Cause like as I said, I was super burnt out at one point because I was going to school part time, I was working full time. I didn't feel like I had time for anything. I still don't feel like I have much time for anything. I use streaming as an excuse to have time for things, which sounds kind of weird. Oof, it's all falling down the side. But I mean that in the sense that I have certain projects that I probably wouldn't have started if not for streaming, like the crow painting that I've started and the moss embroidery that I've started. Those are both projects that I'm just like, I want to work on those at some point, but I never felt like I had time for it. And so streaming it, I'm just like, oh hey, I need something to stream on Saturday night. What am I going to stream? I'm just like, oh hey, I have this project I could start on. And it works out. It works out. Because that's part of the reason I'm thinking of if my brother and I do end up getting a multiplayer server up and running, why I'm thinking of actually recording it is because it gives me an excuse to play it. I have to find an excuse for me to do fun things, I guess. Not necessarily a healthy mindset, but it's what I'm doing. I guess if I have some sort of external obligation, so either I stream every Wednesday and Saturday sort of thing. There's an external obligation, I need something to do then. Or, if I record it, then I'd put it on YouTube or something, or, I'd have some sort of not obligation, but I'd set up some sort of schedule probably, or some sort of reason, I guess, to go back and play. I do look forward to being able to see friends again, and having board game nights again. That was something we did fairly often. It'd be a good excuse for me to not work. Although I must say I do enjoy what I'm doing. I don't necessarily find this, work. Work. People shouting in the square. That's something I want to figure out. Because like I said, I've been talking about, YouTube videos and stuff. So there's so many little things that are holding me back that I really just need to figure out. And one of them is how to get files from some sort of recording thing to wherever I'm going to be editing. Because I could record using this setup if I really wanted to. The thing is, I'd be editing it on my computer upstairs. So I have to figure out how to get the files from here to there. I could try doing it on my phone, except that I've been having troubles getting files from my phone to my computer, which has been rather frustrating since I do all of my like product photography and everything on my phone. Which I should do up my game on my product photography, but that's a different conversation. And I have like a video camera, but it has like a little tiny like mini SD card, and I cannot find my converter to put an SD card to USB. Which really I should just like order a converter. Actually, I should just order a converter. That might be the way to go. So I have all sorts of like little tiny excuses. One of the other things is, oh, that's that one. This was a question I had recently, and that was, where do YouTubers get the music for their videos? Like background music and stuff? So like, if I'm gonna make like either arts and crafts videos or Minecraft videos, either of those, I'm gonna want some sort of like either intro or outro music or background music while I'm showing off working on something. It's like, where do people get this music? And it's such a thing that I could totally Google, and I just haven't. It's one of those things where it's just like, oh no, I don't want to have to try and figure this out. People showing in the square, no ideas in the air. Look around, look around. Now I have music from Hamilton stuck in my head. See, that's the thing. I guess it really comes down to like copyright stuff. Like, I love singing. I don't do it on stream because I don't want to have any copyright issues, and I don't know what's allowed and what's not. So, sorry guys, you don't get to hear my wonderful singing voice because I'm like, I don't want to get sued. I don't know what's allowed. I'm not doing that. Look around, look around. Does this have anything on it? No. So let's see if this is enough gold foil. Like I said, I don't really want a ton necessarily. I want it to be enough that you see it, but not so much that it like covers up everything else that's going on. I think that's a reasonable amount. Like it'll look like it's supposed to be there, but it won't be so much that you won't be able to see what's going on. So this one's going to have a black inky swirl in it. I'm going to fill this up most of the way, not quite all the way. Yeah, in gold foil. That's most of the way. And this one's going to have a black petri. And again, we're going to fill it up most of the way. Not quite all of the way. Because in both of these, we want to have enough room to add our ink. So actually, the black petri we might want to do now before it gets too thick. So let's start this one. So I'm going to do a drop of black. So let's do 2 drops of black. And then we have to use white. It might end up with, you know, some gray parts and stuff, but the white is what makes it sink. I'm going to add 1 more drop of black. And that's probably going to be way too much ink, but that's I think usually my problem with Petries is that I add way too much ink. And so there's that, and then I'm going to add just a little bit more resin on top, just get it domed a little bit. Alright, let me set this up here. I didn't actually scrape off my thing very well before. Alright. And then this one is going to be our inky black swirl. And to do that, I'm going to take my black ink color. I'm going to grab a like a little stir stick here. I'm just going to add a little bit to there. And we're going to take this and we're just going to kind of swirl it in here. And I want to try and get it, you know, kind of down in there. I'm going to add a little bit more clear stretch. Give me just a second here. And I shall do that. I'm actually going to add a little bit more black too because I want it close to the top. Stretch. If any of you have been sitting for an extended period of time, or I guess standing for an extended period of time, now might be a good time to just stretch just a little bit. Oh, I still haven't taken off cat cam, have I? I didn't take that off. Sorry, I just realized. Oh. I should just have a stream that's just me playing with my cats. I feel like people would enjoy that. Actually, I was saying that kind of as a joke, and kind of as a people might enjoy just hanging out with me and cats. I know why people come here. It's for the cats, which is not a complaint by me. I'm also here for the cats. All right. There's our black. I'm going to add a little bit of this to here. And the last little bit of black there too. So we want it to be, you know, all the way to the top. So it looks like it's coming from one side. This one here. And here's the bee dye. And let me just show you that I was correct. So the bee has floated to the top. You can see it right there. And I just take my tweezers, we're just going to poke it back down. And I'm going to probably keep doing this a few times as the resin gets a little bit thicker and thicker. Hopefully that's still upright. Because I just want it to, because as the resin gets thicker, it'll be harder and harder for that bee to start rising. So I'm going to push that down and let that sit for just a little bit longer. Oh, actually, yeah, I think I do need to stretch my upper back. Sorry, I'm just realizing, I'm like, oh, actually, I'm kind of sore. Okay, so we got that. We've got this one, which we're going to do is like a blue flame. So here's my thought here. So we're going to be doing kind of the same thing that we just did with the black, where we're going to put it on the end of the thing and swirl it in here. So let's start with doing that. We're trying to do kind of like a wispy flame sort of look. So we want it to kind of get in there, kind of be kind of tendrils almost of blue. And I want it to be kind of, you know, more in the middle. You know, a little bit less kind of on the sides and stuff, but it's not, you know, it's not super blue or exciting or anything at the moment. But then I'm going to take a little bit of clear and a little bit of this blue mica, mix those together. Not very much, just a little bit. And actually, I think I might take a little bit more of this blue and put it in as well. I'm going to add just a little bit more of this blue, because I think this is, hopefully I don't add too much or anything, but I want it to be a little bit darker kind of in the middle there. And this is like a nice royal blue color. I know you didn't want it to be like super tealy or anything. You wanted a good blue. This is a nice royal blue. Might actually be the same royal blue that we used in your dice. I don't remember. And I have this shimmering blue as well. And I'm going to add just a little bit of this. Don't need a ton. And I'm going to kind of do the same thing with this shimmering blue. Just add a little bit of shimmer in here as well. Alright. It's kind of hard to see in there now, see how things are looking, but that's okay. And then, as the pièce de résistance, I'm going to add just a couple of flakes of iridescent, a couple of iridescent flakes. And I didn't put it in the resin because I didn't think that would look very fire-like. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab, not cat hair, I'm going to grab just a couple of pieces. So, you know, just a little piece like that. I'm going to start sticking these in here, kind of towards the middle. Because what I want is I want these to kind of just barely peek through the sort of like flame part. Get a little bit of different color and stuff. And not stick to me. I want you to actually go in there. Come on. And we'll see if it ends up. I want it to be kind of subtle-ish. If I can grab them, I can't grab them. There we go. I want them to be kind of subtle-ish so that you can just get kind of a little bit of that shimmer and the changing color when you look at it. But it's not like in your face that it's iridescent flakes necessarily. I want it to look like it's part of the blue. Let me just find like one more. That's a good one. I think this one's kind of a little bit longer, which is good. I want to put that one right in the middle. Alright. And that should be good. Alright. I'm going to add a little bit more clear. Just kind of finish that off. But then I'm going to kind of swirl some of this blue back into it. And I'm going to cover the top with some blue as well. Because I want it to look like it's connected. Alright, we'll see how that turns out. Got a little bit of that left over, a little bit of that left over, which is A-okay. Alright, moving on to our dirty pours. This is going to be white resin with black ink. Oh no. Oh no, guys, I put the black lid on the... Oh dear, guys. Well, that's an issue. I put the white and the black lids on on each other. Oh. Well, this is not as big of a deal for this. It looks like it's still coming out the correct color, but that's going to be a problem for later, Liz, I guess. Oh dear. Alright, so let's make some white resin. So this one's going to be white resin with black ink and gold ink. Let me pull this one out. So the plan here is we're going to make our white resin. And that looks, you know, pretty white. And maybe I'll make it even one more. So it's just nice and opaque. Yeah, that's even better. I think that's nice and white. Nice and white. Alright. It's good and opaque. And then what we're going to do, I'm just going to add, let me take this out. Don't need that now that it's all mixed. We're going to drop of black, alcohol ink, and a drop of gold alcohol ink. Now let me make sure this is mixed. This stuff likes to separate, the gold does. Make sure it's mixed before I put it in here. Burgle's conjured! Lumbergare. And then actually, I'm going to take the actual black lid and put it back on the black. Because it should be fine. The white one though, I'm going to have to figure out. We'll leave this one over here anyways. Okay. So now we have our our white with our black and our gold on top. And then I'm just going to pour it in. This one might actually end up lighter. I was thinking that it would end up darker with the white, with the black, but I might be wrong. We'll find out. We'll find out. I might end up doing these again the other direction, but it's okay. Yeah, I think this one's actually going to end up lighter. It's okay. We can do it again. Oh, you know what I'm forgetting? So this is for a set of this is for a D&D character, right? So, in which case, let me grab a mold for making you a bonus D4. Normally with the D6 sets, I do like a keychain. I need to do a keychain. That's what I'm forgetting. Here we go. Is that enough for a keychain? Maybe not, but we're gonna pour this extra into a keychain. To be fair, I guess you already got a keychain, but oh, I should do a shape other than a crystal, because you already got a crystal keychain. Well, that's okay. Actually, I guess I'll ask. Hey, Beta. Do you prefer Beta or Oculus? But what shape of keychain would you like? I know you already got a crystal shaped one, so I don't know if you want another crystal shaped one. But I could do like a sphere or like a flat shape of some sort, or a little bottle shape. You got some options. One way or another, I'm just gonna put this in here though, since I've already started. I forgot though. Oops. But I'm sure I'll have a little bit of extra from the other one of these as well, so it's fine. Let's just set that there. There's still a little bit of extra there, that's fine. So this one, we're gonna do black resin. Crystal's fine by you? Bottle's cool too? Where's my bottle mold? Ooh, you're not picky. I don't know if you use keychains or, anyways, like I guess I kind of use a keychain. I have a thumb drive that I don't actually use, but just hangs out on my, it just kind of hangs out on my keys. There's not really any reason for it to be there. I don't use it, but I'm just used to it at this point. Maybe I should make myself a keychain. Oh, cool. Well, we'll see how much extra we have of things. Because, I mean, we have a few different colors here and stuff. This D8 is going to be black with white and a little bit of this interference gold, which is white. Let's see if they can make it so you can see. It's really hard to see on camera. You can kind of see the gold a little bit, but it's hard to see because you get the glare. But it's white, and then when you have like a dark color behind it, or the light shines off of it, it's gold. Oh, either's fine. Beta's your name, and Oculus is more of an internet handle. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I don't know whether I made the right choice or the wrong choice having my internet handle also be my name. I'm not sure. I'm like, this might have been a poor choice, but. So let's see. Use keychains as ice bag charms. Oh, fair. I guess I like the crystal shape, so I usually default to that. And then I realized that you've ordered dice from me before and got a crystal shaped keychain already. And I'm just like, oh, maybe I should do a different shape. All right. There's that. We've got our black here. Oh, my poor white alcohol ink lid. Alright. I got that cleaned up a little bit better there. So black. And I'll grab the little bottle charm. I'm also going to grab a D4 mold. I was going to say though, I usually do with like the D6 sets, I'll sometimes do like an extra D6 or something if I can, but I might just do a D4. Would you prefer an extra D6 or an extra D4, Beta? Alright, let me pull this out. Actually, that's fairly translucent. That's fine. That's fine. This is gonna. Oh, I should have done the other part first. Let me add this. So we're gonna add this white to gold. Oh, here you can see how gold it looks with the black. With the black behind it, see how it looks gold, and it looks white in here. Oh, you can kind of see the gold a little bit, but it looks white. D4s? Alright, cool. And I will do a D4. It's kind of what I was thinking of doing, so it works out. I already pulled out a mold and everything. Alright, there's that. Let me add one more drop of white. And then this one's gonna go in here. Was there something else? I have the butterflies. Okay. Oh, I think this one's gonna look really cool. I think it's gonna look very white on the higher number and very black on the lower color, which I think is gonna look cool. It might not be necessarily what you want, but it's gonna look cool. Let's pour the rest of this into a little D4 mold, and then I'll probably end up adding some of the other stuff for this set on top of it. I doubt I'll have enough. Let me add just a little bit more here. I'll make sure that has enough resin. Should. Alright, let's add this to the D4. I'm trying not to mix it up too much because I don't really want it to be gray. That's not nearly as exciting as black and white, I feel like. So let's get, all this extra resin in here. This is just kind of a way for me to use all the extra resin and stuff. Because I usually end up with just a little bit of extra. It's better to have a little bit too much than too little. I've definitely, ended up where I've had too little before, which is always a pain. I'm just scraping the bottom of it, like, no, give me the last little bit. Please, sir, that's more. Alright, there's this one. Set this out of the way. Make sure I have all the. Got that there. Alright, and there's a little bit of extra room in there, so I'm gonna put the clear with the gold foil, I think. Or have it left in here. We'll do this black and white, I think. I don't know if this will be enough though. You might get a little bit of the clear with the gold foil. I could do some of the blue, but I think the clear with the. Oh, actually, this might be just enough to fill up this D4. I love doing dirty pours. I think they're my favorite. I feel like my dirty pours always turn out. My Petris don't always turn out. But the dirty pours, though. Alright, let's see. I can get just a little bit more to put on the lid so we don't get any air trapped or anything. Let's see. We'll see if these golds match too. The golds might not match. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, there we go. I think we'll be okay. I think we'll have just enough. Excellent. I think we're good. I think we'll have just enough there. That's exciting. All right, cool. We've got this one as well. We've got this one. Got this one. Ooh! Luckily it's thick enough that it didn't spill everywhere, but alright, so what we've got left is, let's try filling these in and see how much we've got. We'll see if we have enough for that. I feel like we might, yeah, I think we will. I think we'll have plenty. So we're going to try doing another Petri. Alright, so let's get these all with a reasonable amount of resin in them. Not quite all the way to the top, if at all possible. Alright, we're gonna try, I want to try doing the burgers. Good. That's good, I'm glad you're enjoying your burgers. As I said before, I'm not great at Petris. I think I put too much ink and stuff on them, but let's see if we can get one to work. I want to try and do a rainbow one. I like rainbows. They're pretty. Rainbows are pretty. So I'm going to add all of these first because I think that'll be easier because they tend to spread. Oops. Oh no. My blue is dripping so much. That's not good. Oh no. There we go. Well, we'll see how it goes. It's kind of fun because it looks all like dark and stuff, and then once I start putting drops of white on here, it kind of shows the color. Alright, we'll see. I need to like talk to someone who's really good at Petris. Let's see here. I don't know how much exactly I'm going to need for this. Probably not a ton. Maybe 10. But here's the real question. Is this going to be enough? That might be enough to fill this one. We'll see. I think this will be enough to fill my little Lego mold that I wanted to try out. And this is just clear with a little bit of shimmer to it. I thought that'd be kind of nice, kind of neutral. So I have these little plants that I want to throw in here. We'll see how it goes. We'll see if this is enough too. The thing is that the base part's going to like displace a bunch. I kind of feel like isn't actually going to take a lot for all of these. Alright, let me grab my tweezers. Make sure all that blue is off of there. There's blue all over my tweezers. Alright, and I've got a little tiny clover. It's so tiny that I pressed. It's not a 4-leaf clover or anything, it's just a little clover. I'm going to try putting that one just on the side of a little 2x1. There's all sorts of bubbles down caught in the so much air that's caught into the oh, what would you call them? What are the like sticky outy parts of the of Legos called? I don't know. Alright, let's add our next thing. I'm hoping, again, that this is enough, but we'll see. These are all going to get kind of pressed down. If you look at I know they're anti-pips, exactly. See, if you look at the part that's going to be clicking into place, it sticks out a lot. It's going to be displacing quite a bit. I don't actually know how much it's going to displace, which is kind of my problem at the moment. Really don't know. I should have left the resin in here to coat my flowers first, because now it's difficult. Alright. Well, that one's thinking. Alright. Good enough. Let me try and, there's still a bubble in here. Let me get this bubble out if I can. Alright, we've got our little plant in there. I'm wondering how much this plant's going to get squished by the top. I don't know. I don't know. Grab these little petals that fell off, so put those in. Alright. And then we've got this flower, kind of flat flower. And I think pressed flowers make sense for this since they're, you know, going to be kind of shoved into the side and stuff. Alright, let's put that there. And I grabbed some leaves that I thought might be kind of cool. Just add, you know, add a little bit of different texture in there. I feel like that's just something that's nice. Just adding a little bit of like texture difference, even if like, I don't know. I'm that way with plants. I'm not good at keeping plants alive. My brother's in charge of the plants at my house, but I love like having plants together that have different like textures and colors. There's just something so nice about that. Alright, got those in. Let me put just a little tiny bit on the lid here. And also make sure that there's no glass on the lid. Goodness sake. Oh, this might be an issue. So I have kind of these spots that it's going to need to fill into. Let me get it to hopefully fall into some of those areas. Actually, the nice thing is these are set up so that hopefully stuff can fall into the, let me show you. So, you see how there's like a circle there? It's hard to get the resin down in there, because if you just put it on top, all of the air is going to get in your way. But the nice thing is that some of these are built so that the air can escape, which will make it much easier to get the resin in there. To try and get the resin in there without, to actually get it in there, I kind of put it on one side so that it can start sinking down in there while air comes up the other side. Another thing I can do is I can kind of squeeze and then let go, and it'll kind of suck the resin back down in there. Alright. Alright. Let me get some more. I want to get those filled in. That's going to be where we get bubbles. If we get a whole bunch of bubbles, all the air getting trapped in those little indentations in the lid. So we're gonna let that sit for a minute. And I think we have enough, hopefully, to do this set of D6s. Yeah, I think we should have plenty. So we're gonna do another set, not another set, but another 2 dice, hopefully, with the rainbow Petrie. We'll see how it turns out. Actually, I'm gonna add a little bit more resin to all of these, just so that I know there's enough. And honestly, I feel like this isn't a bad idea, because hopefully it'll mean that some of this ink that's on top has some resin to kind of attach to. Alright, still got some resin in there, which is good. And we have, yeah, we have plenty of resin. So let's do this one more time. I think it'd be cool if I get these to work. Oops. My alcohol inks like to drip everywhere. So I have so much alcohol ink all over the place. That's not where I wanted you to drip. There we go. At least I only got one drip on all this time. Alright, and then the white. And it ended up all gray again. I put the black cap on the white. And I made a mess. Alright. I'm just going to do 3 drops. We'll do one more drop there. And then we'll add a little bit more resin on top. Actually, let that sit for a minute. Start getting this one ready to go. And I'm going to add just a little bit of resin to the lids here. Just so you know. And not cat hair. It's always cat hair. That reminds me, I need to update my emoji. Alright. This set still has some bubbles coming up, I can see. Let's get those popped. The nice thing is I don't really have to like spray this one down or anything to try and get the bubbles to pop on the top. All of that alcohol ink breaks the surface tension pretty well, so bubbles don't usually cause too big of an issue. I'm gonna set that. I feel like you can't really see the colors from there, but let me see if I can get it so you can see all the colors. Because the colors are all pretty. Look at all the colors in there. I hope they stay. I hope I get some good colors. Oh, this one needs some more resin. And it's starting to get kind of thick, which is a sign that I need to start wrapping things up here. I need to do good enough for, another die or so. Let me push the bee down again and make sure that I have all of the color off of my... Actually, you know what? I don't need to use those. I can use this. I'm going to push the bee down again, just gently. I want it to hopefully be centered. I don't want it, right up against the top. And then we will use this last little bit, start filling in some of these lids. I'm going to grab an extra D4, I think. I like to make some extra D4s just for little bonus dice to add to orders. So it's always good to have a few of those. Whenever I make like a new set of dice that's going to be in my shop, I usually make an extra D4. Just, keeps it going. Alright, looks like those all have resin. I'll grab another D4 mold. And let's Let's see, what colors should we do? Or, well, let's try doing a Petrie in this one. Oh, that's not a D4, that's a D8. Let's see if we can do a Petrie. I'm going to try doing a rainbow Petrie in here too. It might be thick enough now that it's not going to work out so well. That's another thing, you got to have it at like the right consistency to do a Petrie. Like a good Petrie, you want it to like actually go into the resin. That's either my stuff ends up not curing because I have too much, or I end up with the stuff not falling very far. Probably because I do this where it's way too thick at this point. And then we've got the white. I should order more white. That's like one of the most used. That's probably what I use the most. Is white alcohol ink. Pigment wise, so much white alcohol ink gets used. Alright, there's our little minus D4. You know, I don't think this colors, it looks really pretty. Look at that color. Look at that, it's so pretty. I don't know that the coat's going to get in there though. I'm actually going to help it along a little bit. And we'll see how it looks. I'm kind of curious. Alright. I have a couple of extra dice here to do something with. They just have black in them at the moment. Well, this black one, how much clearing gold? I think, so I have a D20 here. It has black about halfway. Oh wait, I had an idea for a D20 with black about halfway. I have an idea for that one. We're going to leave that one. But this one, let's fill in maybe a little bit of clear with gold foil, because I feel like that's nice and classy. Use black and gold. Black and gold's always classy. There's that one. Like I was saying before, just a little bonus D4. Alright. And still have this one. Let's we'll put some of our extra into the little bottle shape. This is a similar issue sometimes where stuff doesn't like to go all the way down because air gets trapped. I'm going to do kind of a similar thing where I kind of put it off to one side. Put it off to one side of the top so that it can kind of slide down one side where all the air makes its way out. There's that. That's still going. And then here is the rest of the clear with the gold foil. Just throw this in here too. Oops, I made the mistake that I was just talking about. Alright, I think I'm okay. I just added way too much at once, and it like filled up the top, so that none of the air escapes and none of the stuff fell down. But I think we have. Oh, okay. So we just got to add it in slightly smaller amounts, so that it has time to like, you know, slide down without creating a seal. That's really the issue, is creating a seal. Alright. 2.5 hours. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. It's always nice to have people hanging out while I'm working on arts and crafts. Glad people could make it. I hope people are having a nice, well, I was gonna say a nice relaxing evening. I don't know what time it is for y'all. Whatever time of day it is, I hope you're having a good time. Even if it's dinosaur life. Hi, Smash Raptor. I think that's pretty good. Still got a little bit of resin there, but that's okay. Very, very little. Oh, still got a bit of clear, actually. Still got a bit of clear. Hello! So we can do probably one more die, or at least part of a die with that. What should I do? D10, D6. So let's do a D6 maybe. And I'm just going to, I'm going to do kind of a watercolory thing. I'm going to put a little bit in. I'm going to do kind of a, I'm going to try and do kind of like a, I don't know, reverse rainbow Petri thing, I think. I'm going to put all of my inks in here. What are you up to, Smash Raptor? Having a good, whatever time of day it is for you? That's the thing, I always want to say, I hope everyone's having a good evening. But it's not evening for everybody. It's just evening for me. I don't know what time it is for everybody. It could be noon. It could be 3 a.m. I have actually had people here before that are from like the UK and it's like 3 a.m. for them. I'm like, why are you here? Thanks for coming, but why are you here? It's so early/late. You should get some sleep. Let's see how this goes. This might work out. Hopefully I have enough resin here. I think I should have just enough. It kind of looks like I'll have just enough. It's going to be kind of close though. Ooh, I just got green all over my mixing stick, which isn't a bad thing, but I just kind of don't want it on there. Alright, here's the lid. A little bit on there. So my spray bottle, so I usually will spray everything down with rubbing alcohol at the end to get all the bubbles to pop on the surface of things. The problem is my spritzing bottle has some sort of issue. It just does not want to work right for me. So I'm kind of doing things sort of manually. You'll see in just a moment. I need to get a different spritzing bottle. You're an insomniac and you're trying to work on making sub races, work on D&D Beyond. You decided you're going to bite whoever designed this part of the website like a rat. Oh dear. Oh no. I feel like I should be concerned for whoever designed that part of the website. So I think things have actually filled in pretty well. Make sure I get cat hair and everything out of there. There's all this cat hair. RIP spritz bottle. Like, it's still kind of works. I think it just doesn't have like a good seal on it, so all of my rubbing alcohol keeps evaporating. It just makes it so it's difficult to use. I guess maybe if I put more in it, but I do need some in my big bottle here. I'll show you. I'll show you what I'm doing instead. Alright, put the last little bit of this into these molds. That one could maybe use some more compared to the others. And again, I don't know, hopefully this is enough. I don't really know. A spritz bottle? It's like a bottle that, here, I can show you mine. It's like a bottle like this that kind of does a mist instead of like a stream of liquid. So you could call it like a mist. It has like a mist. Oh, the molds. I made a mold of Legos. Not to sell or anything, just because I wanted to make my own Legos. I haven't tried it before. we're gonna see how it goes. But yeah, there's the bottoms here are traps for air. So, alright, so this one, like I said, the air doesn't tend to get trapped too much in the Petries just because the all of that alcohol on top from the alcohol inks usually does a good job of kind of breaking the surface tension a little bit. Although there's still, I say that and there's still bubbles. Is that a bubble? I might actually need to do something. I think some of that has like dried. All right, so let me show you what I'm working with here. Move my orange soda over. My very silly way of getting alcohol on all of these so that it breaks the surface tension. I have a really old thing here that I've used. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Oh, you can't necessarily see. I'm just going like this to all of them and adding just a little bit of rubbing alcohol. Just a second here, I'm almost done. Alright. And that should be enough, I think. I want to be a little bit here, but alright. So I need to get a better spritzing bottle for that, but I need to order a couple things, I guess. Alright, that still has some air bubbles coming up, but let's start putting some lids on. So I think we're probably going to start wrapping things up for the night. Start putting some of these on. I might not use that. Alright, here we go. This is good. I mentioned it before. I don't know who was here and whatnot. I did set up a Discord. So if people want to chat arts and crafts, D&D, or whatever, you know, that is now a thing. Watch me go through an existential crisis of what I want my Minecraft skin to be. That's the this would be the most recent thing. Oh, thank you, Jen. That is always an option. Oh, I didn't put any clear. Okay, I didn't put any clear on the 6. There we go. All right. And then also I stream every Wednesday and Saturday night. So, you know, that is always a place to find me. Sorry, I'm trying to focus on doing my normal end of stream spiel, and also focus on popping bubbles before putting all these lids on. It's not working out for me. I can't think about two things at once. But yes, I stream every Wednesday and Saturday night. If you want to come hang out, I don't know what exactly I'm working on Saturday. I'd have to look. It might be more commission stuff. It might not be. I think maybe I scheduled it so I'm not doing commission stuff this Saturday, but I don't remember. I'll have to look. Alright, let me push this bumblebee down again. I'm glad that it's floating up into the center right side up. That is good. But I don't want that bumblebee at the very, very top. If it ends up floating too much, I did see a suggestion on how to prevent that, which I'll try. I saw it suggested that you'll put resin inside of the bee before ever putting it into the dye. So, you know, that's all. I can try that out. Alright, I think we're doing pretty good. Well, let me make sure there's no big bubbles here. And let's see what happens when I put this lid on. This is something I'm curious about. There's still some bubbles in the lid and everything, but that's okay. I want to see how much this displaces. I don't know. I think we might. It might be okay. We're gonna. This is a test. This is only a test. I don't want to squish it down too far, but I do want to see. Oof. That's why I usually try to put those down. I do want to see if that has enough resin in it. I don't know, but it's something to try out. Let me get some of these lids on. We're trying a couple things. We're trying to make some like I just blanked. I wanted to say agate, but that's not the right thing. Quartz. My brain said agate, and then it went to selenite. Quartz. I'm trying to make some dice that look like quartz, and they have a couple of different kind of materials in them that add some like kind of clear streaks in them, so that hopefully the light will catch on them and kind of look quartz-like. Where does that have a... cat hair? But we'll see how that goes. See how well it sands and everything too. And I think we'll see how these turn out. I might have gotten it backwards with the dark and the light, but we'll see. Agate is quartz. I know that's fair. That's fair, but like still, you think of them as being. I'm thinking quartz crystals. A lot of things are quartz. I think there's a lot of different things that we call, you know, different that have different names that are quartz. Oh, what was that? Dogwin Hawkspur? I think I said that wrong, but thank you for following. Glad you could come hang out. More hair. All right. This is an older mold. I wonder. I should check this and make sure that it's still giving out good dice. I had a D8 mold that's probably from about the same time. Probably from around the same time. I can tell it's older because it's round. Oh, let me move this so you can see. I can finally set some things here. So don't fall over. Oh, you're so sexy. Oh. Wait, that's it. Never mind. This mold right here, I can tell that it's older because it's round. So that was the original kind of style that I did. I was using little like mixing cups to make my molds, and then I discovered that a much better and easier way to do it is to use Legos. That's kind of what gave me the idea to make like a Lego mold, partially because I just want to. I like Legos. I like building things. And I thought it'd be cool to make some like resin Legos since they're plastic anyways. But also because I've been using Legos to make my molds. Because I make kind of like the outline of how I want my molds to be out of Legos. And then I can pour the silicone into it. And the silicone doesn't, go past where the Lego is. It just, it gets stopped there. And it works great. You can make whatever size kind of casing for a mold you want. I don't know what to call it. Form? I guess a form. I guess I'd call it a mold form. My bee is still floating. Let's see if I can push it like all the way down to the bottom. I am still happy that it's staying upright. Oop, staying upright though. And ending up in the middle. And again, if it ends up being super, that's what I'm looking for. Floating. Yeah, if it ends up floating like a ton, I can make it again. And I have I've gotten some like feedback from people who've done bugs and stuff on how to make things stay down. So, in the last one that I did, it actually was towards the top of the mold, but it worked out because I had like a color at the bottom of the mold. I didn't really have a color, but I had some of that white to gold shimmer at the bottom of the mold, so it just kind of looked like it was flying above that. I don't really have anything to counterbalance, I guess, the bee in this one. So we're gonna let it be. Hey! Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Alright. Here's our black ink. See how these... One of the most exciting things is unmolding things. It's always so like, I wonder how things turned out. Like, I do enjoy just the creation process itself, but also everything's a little bit of a mystery. Like, at this point I know enough of what I'm doing that if you want like a certain look, I know how to achieve that, but I don't necessarily know how things are going to look. Like, because it's always going to be slightly different than it was the last time. You know, no two set of dice are going to be exactly the same, even if you use the exact same technique. There's something fun about that. But it's fun because it's always like a little bit of a surprise. Just a little bit of a surprise. There's a bubble in the corner. Get out of the bubble. Alright. I don't know where all this hair comes from. Alright. I wish I could sing more on stream or something. I should actually figure out how I could do that. I'd love to do something. Guys, I sing so much. I just don't want to get like copyright struck or something. I need to look into that. I just need to look into it. I like singing. It'd be fun to do covers of some things. The problem is that like I don't like play an instrument that I could like sing at the same time as playing that instrument. Maybe once quarantine is, you know, not a thing, maybe I can convince my friend who plays guitar to come hang out. We just have a song stream. But again, the thing is, you know, figuring out copyright stuff. I don't know how it works. I did kind of look it up at one point. You have to get, there's different licenses for whether you're going to be like covering something or like playing something for an audience. Ooh, interesting. There's kind of like a film. That's kind of weird. There's kind of like this film that's over the top of where the pigment has dried. Like the alcohol has evaporated, and so the pigment on top here is just like dried. It's kind of weird. But it does mean that there's some air bubbles trapped. There we go. Let it be. Although at the same time, perhaps I shouldn't subject you guys to my singing. I feel like I'm pretty good at singing. It's one of the few things. I can't remember who I was talking to at one point. I was like, I feel like there's two things that I'm good at. I'm like actually good at. There's some things that I am mediocre at many things. Not mediocre, but I'm okay at many things. I'm not necessarily good at a lot of things. Does that make sense? Like, I don't know. I'd say I'm slightly above average at many things, but I'm not excellent at any of them. But at one point I was telling someone I feel like there's two things that I'm actually good at, and one of them is singing, and the other is painting. And I'm obviously not the best at either of those, but those are things that I feel like if I put the time and effort into it, I could be really good. So I've already got like a fair basis for it. At this point, I feel like I'm pretty good at dice making too, which is good. I feel like when I first kind of started with any new thing, it's just like, ooh, this could be better. And even now, I'm like, oh, this could be better. But I think at this point that I do actually think of myself as being good at this. Not the best by any means. I do feel like I'm at the point where I feel like I'm deserved to be paid for it, which is kind of a weird thing to say. I feel like that sounds very, I don't know, egocentric or something. But I feel like I am good enough at this that I am making something that is good enough for other people to want. That's kind of, I guess, what I'm trying to say. Which is a nice feeling to have. Oh no, I didn't put any resin on this one either. I like, I don't know, I always like creating things for other people. I get a lot of enjoyment from other people enjoying something that I've made or that I do. I mean, I guess maybe that's why I've always said that what was I saying? I've got, not an ego, I'm an attention hog, that's what it was. I said before that I'm an attention hog. But I mean that in the sense that I like knowing that people are appreciating the things that I've made. Or that I'm doing. I'm like, I need people, please say nice things to me. But that was, I guess, kind of off topic from what I was saying. But no, I feel like at this point, I know what I'm doing. Even if I'm trying something new, like I made a set of kind of cloud sort of dice for a commission. And I'd never done that before. It's a completely new technique, but I knew I'm valid. Like it was a completely new technique to me. I'd never tried it before, but I know enough about like the materials and stuff now that I was just like, I bet if I do it this way, it will do what it'll kind of make the look that I want it to make, and it did, which is just kind of exciting. It's just like, oh, I actually know what I'm working with. It was these ones. I'll show you that's not this one. See if I can show you. Ugh. There we go. These ones with this kind of cloud look in it. It's kind of hard to show. There we go. It's like I've never done that before, but I was just like, I think I can see how to do this. I know the materials well. All right. Anyways, these are all set up and ready to go into the pressure pot. I don't think there's anything else to talk about tonight. As I was saying before, I do stream every Wednesday and Saturday at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, so same time that this was. So if you ever want to come hang out, that's when and where you can find me. I do have a Discord set up if you want to come chat arts and crafts or anything else. What's up? I'm Dr. Beta handing out terminal valid diagnosis like it's Halloween. Very funny. But yeah, hopefully I'll see you over there, or I'll see you on Saturday or some other time. But thanks for hanging out. And I think that is everything for tonight. So, hey, have a good one. Bye.